Recording in progress. Welcome to the Plymouth Select Board meeting of March 31st, 2026. The chairman has work-related business tonight, but he may join us later. Per Massachusetts general law, any person making a video or audio recording of the open session after notifying the chair, subject to reasonable requirements of the chair, as so not to interfere with the conduct of the meeting. At the beginning of the meeting, the chair shall inform other attendees of any recordings. Pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2025, an act relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures signed into law on March 28, 2025, this meeting will be conducted via remote means and in person. Members of the public who wish to watch this meeting may tune into the local scene cable access channels Comcast 9, Verizon 47, or on the local scene website. Anyone who wishes to participate in meeting may do so in person in the Great Hall or remotely via the link posted on the agenda. Thank you. Please join the board in a pledge to the flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. First item on the agenda is a public hearing for Second Wind Brewing Company, LLC, Main Street, Stephen Shepherd, manager, holder of a farmer brewing pouring permit. Vote anticipated. In accordance with Chapter 138 of the Massachusetts General Laws as amended, notice is hereby given that a public hearing will be held at Plymouth Town Hall, 26 Court Street on Tuesday, March 31st, 2026, at 6 p.m. to consider the application for a change of ownership and alteration of premises from Second Wind Brewing Company, LLC, 11 Main Street, Stephen A. Shepherd, manager, holder of a farmer brewer pouring permit. Description of the premises is as follows. Applicant seeks to add 700 square feet of additional space adjacent to the existing space connected by doorway to their existing 2,200 square feet for a total of 2,900 square feet. Descriptions as follows: 2,900 square feet at street level, dining area, bar, kitchen, and 4 bathrooms, with another 1,000 square feet beneath the kitchen brewery. It has 3 front doors, 1 entrance, exit, 2 emergency exits that open out into the sidewalk. There is a stairwell next to the kitchen that goes to the landing to the 4th exit. The stairs continue from the landing down to the brewery. Anyone wishing to be heard on this matter should plan to attend this meeting. I now declare this hearing open. Is there anyone here from the brewery that would like to speak on this? Or is he on the Zoom? There he is.
Hello.
Ken, is there anything you'd like to say at this moment about your application?
Yeah, please. I put together a short presentation, but I don't know that I'm going to be able to share my screen through the Zoom, so I'm just going to speak to it, and I can forward it via email if the board has any questions. But basically just quick 3 slides, background on the company. Second Wind Brewing Company, LLC, was founded in 2016. Owners at the time were Semken, Turbush, and Shepherd. We were licensed on 7 Howland Street. Our brewery was licensed in 2017. Our pouring license there was in 2018. We expanded to add a second location at 11 Main Street. The brewery was licensed in 2020. Our pouring license was approved by the board in 2020, but not issued until 2025 upon completion of our construction and receipt of our occupancy. We had a major sprinkler installation of not just our space, but the entire building in 2025. Also of note, in the end of 24, the ownership transaction in the heart of one of our agenda topics occurred, where Daniel Terrian had bought the interests of Stephen Shepherd. So I just put together some quick bullet points that show the changes being presented tonight. The main ones being the alteration of premises, which is extending the license that we currently have at 11 Main Street to add the adjacent building next door, which is a smaller storefront for the additional 700 feet to our existing space. The change of ownership and officers is noted. Daniel Terrian purchased the full interest of Stephen Shepherd. Stephen Shepherd was removed as an LLC manager and LLC member. Daniel Terrian was added as an LLC manager and LLC member. And following up, we also changed our liquor license. We are here to change our liquor license manager from Hans Turbush to replace Stephen Shepherd as liquor license manager. I recognize these are at separate points of the agenda. I had one other slide that just showed a graphic of the alteration of premises of what the existing space is, plus the addition of the smaller space next door. And that would be concluding my points, and turn it over to the board.
Any questions from the board? Mr. Cohen?
Is there any way we can see any of what Mr. Mikim is indicating? He said he could share his screen. I guess he had some layouts, because part of this is the alteration of the abutting property, since he did put it together. Like, is it possible to see? Okay. If you could elaborate a little bit more on the alterations that you're seeking on the expansion that's referenced.
Yep. I just got permission to share. And one more button. There we are. So our existing, can you see the screen?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. So the existing space is to the left of the line going down the center of the picture on the left. This is our current first floor, is our current tap room and restaurant. So I think one of the key things I left out of the overview is that we've partnered with Chef Stephen Co. We're running, oops, I don't know what happened to my screen there. So our business is called Tap Room and Kitchen. We are functionally running a restaurant, and given the limited number of seats that's provided, I'm not sure what's going on with my screen, but I've lost the screen on my end. Anyway, the addition of this additional space, and you could see from when it was on the screen, I'm not sure if I'm still showing it, but it would show that the additional space next door just provides us some additional seating, which we've deemed necessary for the, there we go, for the business to continue to expand and grow. I was there on Sunday and I watched a number of groups walk in to have brunch. There was no available seating and they left. So this additional space on the top view here in yellow is, as you can see, that space. It's deceiving from the street. There's a lot of street frontage, but it's not that deep. So it's just the addition of a few more tables and some window seating to give us some more additional seating for the restaurant space. And an additional bathroom as well. And the spaces will be, there was a prior doorway. So this space, historically, this was Jim's Lunch, which was from 5 Main all the way to the end of the block. We've basically just been moving it back into its original condition of being one larger restaurant and reopening some of the spaces that were previously there from the prior construction. And the sprinklers, as I'd mentioned before, and all fire systems that we had to install for the opening of the left-hand side had all already extended into and have been approved for the right-hand side.
Mr. Cohen?
No, thank you for walking us through the current site and where you're expanding. I'm always glad to see a business in downtown Plymouth succeeding and looking to expand. And if we can accommodate that, I like the reference you have in your letter referencing Jim's Restaurant, which was there from the 1930s until the 1960s. But you can't forget Ockers in the Old Colony Credit Union. So you're on a famous spot. So keep up the tradition.
Great.
Any other questions from the board? Anyone wishing to speak in favor of this application? Jade, anyone online? Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, bring it back to the board. I can't either. Michael?
Hello.
Hey.
I wanted to speak in favor of the project. My name is Michael DiBenedetto at 8 Phoenix Court. The extra space should help well with the restaurant and being able to serve more, and will open up more space for the business, as well as giving more use to the downtown area. Thank you.
Thank you. Bring it back to the board for their wishes.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Cohen, second by Mr. Canty. Discussion? Ms. Iaquinto?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
And myself, yes, unanimous. Thank you. Good luck. This is a continuation of the public hearing we had advertised for last week. Is somebody here from La Bamba Tacos and Tequila? Online? Hello, Teresa.
Hi. Good evening.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, thank you. Do you want to explain to the board what you're looking to do here, or does the board have any questions?
Well, we're just trying to do a change of the liquor license manager. The manager we currently had is in Mexico, and she's probably not gonna come back. So we need to have a manager inside.
Okay,
That's and
Any,
also the new manager, she bought part of the business too, just 50% of it. And that's a change of officers we need to do too.
okay. Any questions from the board? Yeah, just a transfer. Okay. Wish of the board?
I move to approve the applicant's request for a change of ownership.
I will second that.
Motion by Ms. Iaquinto, second by Mr. Cohen. I was looking at the sign, but that's Teresa, the hand, actually. Discussion? Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Ms. Iaquinto?
Yes.
And myself, yes, unanimous. Thank you and good luck. Next is licenses. Any questions on the license and the wish of the board? Can move them all at once. I can move them singularly or whatever you so please.
I'll make the motion that we move them in as presented as a group.
I'll second.
Motion by Mr. Cohen, second by Mr. Canty to move the licenses in a group. Discussion? Ms. Iaquinto?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
And myself, yes, unanimous. Moving on to administrative notes, it looks like we have 12. I I do want to recognize, we have an Eagle Scout with us, Dylan Mott, from Troop 64. He's going to rehabilitate all existing bleachers at Forges Field at Soccer Field 3, correct? Would you like to come up and tell us a little bit? Just identify yourself for the record, just state your name, that's all.
I'm Dylan Mott from Troop 64. My sister plays soccer for the town, and I wanted to contribute to the community by rehabilitating all the hardware and all the lumber on all the benches in soccer field 3. And I feel like it would help the community, and thank you for letting me do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments from the board? No? Ms. Iaquinto?
Yeah, thank you. Don't thank us. That's amazing. And it's an amazing accomplishment. I know that this is what you've achieved by becoming an Eagle Scout is not an easy thing to do. It's not for the faint of heart. So congratulations.
Mr. Cohen?
As Mr. McKay said last week, the town of Plymouth relies on a great deal of volunteerism, and there's different generations playing different roles, so it's nice to see the next generation step up to the plate. So thank you very much for your volunteer effort in this capacity in the pursuit of your Eagle Scout badge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wish of the board, can move them all at once or take some separate, whatever your wishes are.
I will make a motion to approve as presented in their entirety.
I'll second.
Motion by Mr. Canty, second by Ms. Iaquinto. Discussion? Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Ms. Iaquinto?
Yes.
And myself, yes. All approved. 12. First agenda, excuse me, public comment. Anyone wishing to speak on the public comment? Mr. Tavares?
Good evening to the board. Matt Tavares, I'm here on the behalf of the July 4th committee. In discussions with them, I apologize that I wasn't here for the last meeting. I was traveling out of town and then coming back into work, so I wasn't here when you discussed the special town meeting articles related to July 4th. I'll try and keep this to 3 minutes, but hopefully I can be on a future agenda item to update you as we progress forward. I think probably the first question is, why am I still here? Because I was giving this up last year, but as I promised the town and as I promised the select board that I'd see it, make sure I stayed on in the background. We did have 7 volunteers come forward when kind of that announcement was made. One has remained with us. So I'm here, especially considering it's the 250th this year celebration, and we were trying to think of things to do a little bit, bigger and brighter in the sky in the evening. But I come before you tonight a little bit with some somber news. So I first want to address some comments that were made by this board, why pay for parades that are going to happen anyway. And that was said twice during the meeting that I was watching. We don't know that that's going to happen. I can tell you over the last 30 years, all the way up until about June 30th, I'm not sure that things are going to happen. Funding has completely dwindled from the general public. A number of years ago, the 4th of July committee smartly started investing when we started seeing this into CDs. Over the last 4 years, we've continuously drawn down on those CDs to cover our deficit for our funding. Just alone in the last 2 years, we've drawn $54,000 out of those 2 CDs to cover the deficit. Unfortunately, when we did receive this year's estimated cost for public safety, that came in $20,000 higher than it even was last year, and it was an increase from last year, for a total of $109,500 as a bill from the town. We have very successfully landed funding from the Visitors Service Board, and we thank them for that, for $60,000. I know there's some money that's earmarked within the town manager's budget for the 4th of July. That needs to still be passed. We don't count on that yet. And there's money from PGDC, which I've been told we can expect that. So we do count that. But that only gives us, we're only sitting at about $65,000 guaranteed right now. Our original budget for this year, including some things that we wanted to do for the 250th, was about $140,000 is what we thought we have to fundraise for everything. Clearly, with this estimated public cost of $109,500, there's no room. So the committee has had a number of tough conversations, and I know some people will say, "Oh, this is the 4th of July committee crying wolf, and they're still going to do it anyway." It's not true. The sad reality is that we're going to actually make a decision on June 15th if we can have one thing, the other, or both. And right now, if we don't have $150,000 by June 15th, one of the shoes is going to drop. And I hate to say that to the town, but that's the sad reality. We're going to keep continuing on, and we're pressing for donations, but that's a major difference that we have to make up. And so I would like to see this board a little more outwardly. I know it was a 3-2 against it. I appreciate the 4-1 vote to send it to town meeting, and I'll be making my pleas to town meeting with a more elaborate presentation. But this is going to go away. And with our CD that we have, and the small seed money that we continually, I tell you about every year that we use to start our fundraising kickoff, when we exhaust all of those things, 2027 is out the window. So I hate to give you the harsh reality and the sad news, but I also believe in the transparency of really what's going on. I understand the fiscal crunches you're in within the town as a member of the COPC and as a town meeting member, but this is the harsh reality. And I know that I'm not going to speak on behalf of the Thanksgiving parade. I know that the overall sentiment is the same feeling there. And it's slowly becoming disheartening for my committee to continually do something for this community on the 4th of July that sometimes almost doubles the capacity of the residents here to continuously have this huge payment that we have to do. It's made our job more difficult, particularly over the last 4 years, but we're committed to keep trying to do what we can do. We've come up with some new fundraising ideas, as we do every year. Some of them work, some of them don't, but we're trying everything. We'll flip every can. We may be collecting cans. I don't know what's about to happen. So that's the sad reality. I'm more than welcome to have more, any questions from you. I realize it's public comment and you don't really respond back. I'd also request that I be put on a couple of future agendas, just like we do every year, because we do have some changes from the parade step-off route this year due to construction at Cottage Park. The actual lineup of the parade will go back to its original, I call it the Stop and Shop location on the Kingston-Plymouth line. I guess I'm aging myself, but we're going to be going back there to stage the actual participants in the parade. We do have parade registration open and people are starting to register, and we really don't want to have to disappoint them on June 15th, but we are going to have to make a harsh decision due to fiscal responsibilities and obligations that we'd have. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Charlie Blitzer, Precinct 5. I wasn't going to speak tonight, but after hearing Mr. Tavares, I'm kind of disappointed that this board would even think about not funding, helping to fund the 4th of July. It's something we've always done. When I was on the PGDC, we did it then. I know a lot of the restaurants down the waterfront count on the business, and they all support with checks. This is the second time I've been disappointed with this board about not being business friendly. The first started with the lease down on the waterfront that you wanted to double, that you want to double, and that's to me that's anti-business. And now, right now, this comment that there was comments that why should we fund it? They're going to come anyway. It shows kind of out of touch this board is with the businesses in town. Tourism is our #1 industry in Plymouth. The 4th of July parade, the Thanksgiving parade, it's huge for our tourism. Okay, it's a big event it brings hundreds of thousands of people into our town. And it's run by a private organization made up of all volunteers. These people work hard, as well as the Thanksgiving, to put this parade on. And they need some help. We need help. Everybody benefits, all the business, everybody benefits from this parade. And it sounds to me like this year they need a little extra support, so we have to come up with it because it's so important. So I just implore that you please consider it funding and maybe a little bit more this year if you can, because this has to happen. We need the fireworks, we need the 4th of July. People count on this. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Michael Hertz. I live at 18 Penny Lane. I'm here to speak on behalf of the neighbors of the 6 roads within Shallow Pond Estates. For years, we've worked diligently to gather support and signatures to have our streets accepted as public ways. We've done the legwork. We've submitted the paperwork to the town clerk and DPW. We've already presented to and received the formal backing of the Roads Advisory Committee. Since October, we have made 3 formal requests to be heard by this board. We were promised a date in January that never materialized. We aren't asking for an immediate yes tonight on our petition. We're asking for the transparency and respect of a scheduled hearing. We have done our part as citizens. We are now asking you to do yours. We are simply asking for the basic courtesy of a scheduled presentation. When can we expect to see Shallow Pond Estates officially on the agenda? Now, apparently the agenda gatekeeper, Mr. Golden, is not present tonight. So I would encourage the 4 of you to work with Mr. Golden and get us on the agenda. Thank you.
My name is John Kelly. I'm also from Shallow Pond Estates. I'm not going to repeat anything that Mike said. I'm also the president of the HOA in Shallow Pond Estates and also on the Roads Advisory Committee. The one thing that I want to say is that Mike and Sally have done a lot of work in the last year digging through records, town records that have presided here in this town. And every board that we've been in front of that have read these records have realized that the town has done a terrible job to the residents of Shallow Pond Estates and left us in a terrible, terrible position. We have presented this board with those records. And I don't believe this board has read those records, because if you did, we would be on your calendar. If you don't have those records, please let us know. We'll get you another copy of them. And I ask you, each and every one of you, please read the records that Mike and Sally have spent days in Town Hall uncovering. One is a letter from Lee Hartman directing the town attorney to go ahead and get the records ready to have our roads transferred to the town. Take the time to read the records that we have supplied to you. If you read those records, I guarantee you it will change your mind as to what this town has left us. We're in a mess. It's not a mess that you created, but this town created it. And we need your help because we're in a terrible situation. We don't have a mandatory HOA to be able to protect us. The HOA that I'm president of is a voluntary HOA that basically collects dues to take care of landscaping. We don't have the money to fix anything. The town should have, that's what the town should have done, but they didn't. So please take the time to read the information that we supplied to you. If you don't have it, let us know. We'll get you another copy of it. But if you read those records, I guarantee it's going to change your mind and we will be on your calendar. Thank you for your time.
Anyone else wishing to speak under public comment? Nobody online? Okay, thank you. Moving on to the agenda items. First item is the Plymouth 400 update and activities. Welcome, Mr. Provenzano. You're going to bake us a cake? You remember that one?
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Anthony Provenzano. I live right up the street, Precinct 3, and I am the current president of the Plymouth 400 Incorporated, which does business under the name the Plymouth 400 Legacy. The inception of that corporation happened back in 2009, 11 years before the 2020 events. When an incorporation, and the original incorporators were the Reverend Peter Gomes, Peggy Baker, John McDonough, James Baker, and Ken Tavares, banded together and created a small corporation in anticipation of the commemoration of the 2020 landing of the Plymouth Pilgrims and their interaction with the native Wampanoag who resided in this area. The board expanded in 2011. That's when I got involved, helped them get their 501c3 designation, which they've held since that time. Board ramped up. At one point, it had over 25 members, associate and otherwise. Plans were made. Signature events were prepared. And we were anticipating a pretty big deal for the town. And then 3 weeks before the kickoff opening ceremonies, which were to be held at Memorial Hall, the world came to a grinding halt. Plans were revised, things scaled back, and a lot of people who had put a lot of work in, including your dad, were devastated. However, events did happen. They weren't quite at the scale that that had happened in 1920 when we had the 300th anniversary, and we did our thing. Then, as it came time to wind down, the question was, well, what do we do with this corporation? We have a structure, we have an organization, and although it's 100 years before there's going to be another 500th event, it's 25 years before the 425, and another 25 after that, there's going to be the 450. Maybe we should not disband this corporation. Maybe we should scale it back, keep it going, hang on to the intellectual property that had been acquired, the logo, the trade names for events and the like. And we had worked very hard to get that 501c3 designation, and we didn't want to have people in future generations have to reinvent the wheel. And also, people had worked extremely hard to get a license plate launched. So that folks who have our little Plymouth 400 license plate, and we're very grateful for those who have signed up and for those who stick with it, pay an extra few dollars every 2 years when they re-register their car, and those funds continue to come into the corporation. We came to find out that transferring those funds to another corporation would be nigh impossible. So then what do we do? So we scaled back to a smaller board. We have 5 board members, 3 officers. We collect that revenue from the license plates, and we make grants on a regular basis. So currently, we bring in about $32,000 a year in license plate revenue, and we pay out about half of that in the form of grants. We've held on to a fund of money originally because we anticipated that there was going to be a major commitment with a parcel of land at the top of Coles Hill, which was to be designated as Remembrance Park. Some of you may be familiar with a parcel of land that's owned by the Pilgrim Society. It was retained by the Pilgrim Society when they transferred the remainder of Coles Hill to the state, and it was hoped that there would be a development of a park that would be not only a remembrance of the suffering of the Plymouth Pilgrims, who lost half their number in that first winter, but it was also be a remembrance of the losses suffered by the Wampanoag, the native tribe, who lost a devastating number in the years prior to from disease, which is why when the Plymouth Pilgrims arrived on these shores, this area seemed uninhabited. Further archaeological discoveries on that site indicate that that site is more archaeologically sensitive than we first anticipated, which basically has taken the original plans and thrown them into disarray. And in addition, as you know, the Pilgrim Hall and the Pilgrim Society had a very difficult time with the roof, so they've had a lot to deal with. We continue to make grants. We've provided money for the Poet Laureate Project. We've provided money to the Edward Santos annual award. We sponsored a bench, and I would anticipate that we're going to be entertaining perhaps a request for a grant from the 4th of July committee. So, but probably not enough to float. No, well, we don't quite have that much to part with, but I think it being the 250th anniversary, we certainly would be anticipating some sort of a grant there. And I understand later in your agenda tonight, you're going to be ramping up with the 250 committee, and I don't exactly know what their funding is. But again, projects that basically speak to our mission to keep that Plymouth Pilgrim story alive, to keep it centered in the minds of the populace, and to reach out to help with tourism and to help with public awareness is really our wheelhouse. So with that, if you have any questions or you'd like to know anything more about what we're up to, I'm here for you.
Questions for Mr. Provenzano? Okay.
Well, you know where to find me, so we're here to bolster the community and to support the community.
But I'll have a few questions.
Sure.
Because people ask me and I know you touched on it, like the sale of the license plates, where the revenue goes. And,
Right.
This brings up a good point tonight of whether it's 4th of July, Thanksgiving celebration, 250th. Maybe we can all work together to come up with something in the continuation of the plates and whatever else may be.
Right.
Not that I want to speak for your board, and I appreciate all you're doing and saving for the next one. But these are the things we have to look out at as we go forward.
Yeah.
As Matt said tonight, just increase on public safety alone this year is $20,000.
Incredible.
109,000, I think it's $50, if my memory's got me right. That's just for one event. And those are town services, ambulance, fire, police, and you need all that in safety. And we are a country at war, so this year is probably going to be a little more, if I was a guessing guy. That being said, so that was part of the reason, but, I've always asked and I've always wondered. So I do appreciate you coming in, and is there anything that we can do or the town can do to help you do something or get out there and,
Well, again,
all
we're
in,
privately funded because the funds really come in from. We're a
Exactly.
501c3. I've actually made some donations for.
Yeah.
One of the intellectual property items that we want to keep alive is, you may recall, Illuminate Thanksgiving and the One Small Candle Award. Well, those are trademarks and trade names of the corporation. If we stop using that, they die. So our vision is to have an event every other year, enough to keep it alive. And in our last event, we honored Ken Tavares, who really put his heart and soul into this corporation for years. I will also, remind you that the original corporation happened 11 years before 2020. And although the 425 might not need 11 years of preparation, what we don't want to have happen is whatever organization is called upon to deal with that commemoration, the first thing they don't do is come before you looking for money. So if we can create seed money, so they have the administrative money they need, and they're not starting from square one with organization, and they're not starting from square one with money, that's, nobody likes to sit in that chair and get asked for money. I know.
Mr. Gohan?
Yeah.
Mr. Quinto brings up an interesting point, and you elaborate on the necessary qualities of the corporation in terms of serving the historical community. One of the things that you could do is to kind of look at your income coming in year to year and putting a certain amount aside for 2020, for 20.
4425.
Yeah.
Well,
So
that is- yeah.
425, that would be the incentive that like, look, there it is. There's the money being set aside in the future for this endeavor as we meet these other obligations.
That is precisely our mindset, to make sure that every year we have money that comes in. Yes, we make grants. Yes, we pay with, for administrative costs, which largely is
Right.
legal to take care of those, that intellectual property and a little accounting, but
Right.
not really much beyond that. But then to set some money aside so that we build up for that next commemoration.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your time.
Select Board motions discussion?
I can provide some background to this discussion. So there are, in your packet, you should see a memo created by our Finance Director, Lynn Barrett. It relates to 3 different articles that the Advisory and Finance Committee have expressed a different opinion than the Select Board has. And so tonight's discussion would be centered around those 3 articles to determine whether or not the Select Board wants to make a motion that would be different than the Finance Committee. You'll see in your packet that the third article is Article 31. That is relative to 22 Marybee Lane. That's been withdrawn from the department. So the only remaining 2 articles to discuss would be Article 7, which is $213,000 that was recommended by the Advisory and Finance Committee to support the addition of 2 full-time positions for the Information Technology Department. And the other article is Article 18, which is made up of 3 different components. This is the capital projects article. There were 3 items that were not supported by the Finance Committee. One is the Police Department rear parking lot at a cost of $162,900. The second is the Downtown Resiliency Project, Phase 2, which is at $115,250. And the last one is the Training Green, which is $220,000. All 3 of those are from free cash. So again, for the board's discussion, we have a motions meeting with the moderator on Thursday morning. We have departments that are here and happy to answer any questions that the board has.
Any questions for Mr. Brandisi? Mr. Canty?
So I think one of the confusion points for some of my colleagues is it's not actually in our packet. We got it. We did get it,
Okay.
but we got it in a memo from Lynn that I think you or Jade forwarded us back on March 12th or thereabouts.
Okay.
So we do have the information. It's Article 7, 3 items under Article 18, and then Article 31, but 31 has been
Withdrawn.
withdrawn. So it's really just Article 7 related to IT, and then Article 18, the parking lot for the police, downtown resiliency for Department of Energy and Environment, and the training green for Parks and Forestry.
That's right.
Any other questions? Mr. Cohen?
I know I had indicated my concerns with the economic circumstances we're in, trying to get a handle on that, that Article 18. I know that there's some concern about the training green. Some of mine raised around the historical integrity of the site, and if we are making sure that the actions that we take part in by recommending to things town meeting will be at the highest level of preservation as it comes to our training green. I know that recently constituted historical commission and has voiced a concern about the homestead's design at the training green. I know that I mentioned this before of revisiting that for myself, that I do not support going forward with the lighting in the park until I have a better handle on what the lighting design will actually be. Does it reflect the historical integrity of the site? And respect the historical integrity of the site. It's just a concern that I had earlier.
Mr. Canty?
So if we don't, just for clarity for if we don't make any motions on this, FinCom makes the main motions at town meeting, so they and only they typically move things. We can move things, an individual town meeting member can move things, but typically it's the FinCom chair that moves most of it. So we don't have to do anything here. If we don't do anything, then unless a town meeting member makes a motion, these items will not be moved and not be voted on. But if we want to move them, this would be our opportunity to do that. So I know, Bill, you have expressed wanting to revisit the training green before, but if we do nothing, then we're not making a recommendation. So just for your
Understood.
edification.
Thank you.
Ms. Iaquinto?
I've heard a lot of discussion on both sides of both of these articles. And I am always of the mind that it's better to send it forward to town meeting and have the town meeting members debate it and discuss it. Because there are, in the caucuses that I've been attending, there are people on both sides of the issues. So to deny them that opportunity makes me uncomfortable. I would rather see both of these go forward and be debated and have a fair, have their day in court at town meeting.
I understand your thought process around that, and I do believe at this point the legislative body needs to pick up these articles on the warrant. It's now their turn to weigh in. They're the final say on the finances of the town. So I understand your position. I think we have to take some sort of action tonight.
Mr. Canty?
Well, these will be before town meeting regardless. It's just a matter of whether we're going to ask them to vote on it or whether we're not. I mean, with Article 7, FinCom is going to motion for those 2 extra positions, plus what we did to the budget. And with Article 18, it's going to be all the items except these 3 that are going to go forward. So like, for example, Bill, like if you didn't want town meeting to vote in favor of the training green, you could just not make a motion on it tonight. And then it'd be up to a town meeting member or another moving party to bring it before them for action. But procedurally, it's hearable by town meeting regardless. It's just a matter of whether the select board is going to be the moving party.
No, I believe that we have to move it to town meeting. Obviously, if we were to do nothing on the subject matter, town meeting has recourse. I think that, so I stand behind my fellow board members and their thought process early on as we sent these to FinCom on the way to town meeting, so I'll continue. But I just wanted to make note of my concern about the historical integrity, what we're hearing from the Historical Commission, and hopefully make some assurances that we have a level of preservation taking place at that site that we can all be comfortable with.
And I hear what you're saying, Bill, but I think we should move it forward and stay in tune to when we find out first if it is approved, and then if it is, what kind of lights they are, and I'm sure the town will do the right things if we're guiding them, so, I mean, that's just, I get it from it, but we've had this by us a few times, so, let's send it to town meeting, see what they say. If they say yes, then we'll have a discussion on what you think and how it should be. How the board feels it should be, the lighting, et cetera. It's not the end of it once we send it, so. The wish of the board, unless there's more discussion. Ms. Iaquinto?
I just have a question. I'm just curious if there's a downside to us making a motion to move them. Mr. Candy?
Well, we'd be typically when you move something at town meeting, you advocate for it. So if you think FinCom made the wrong choices on any or all of these items, that would typically be when the board would make a motion on them. Because any town meeting member that wants to vote for any of these can themselves move it regardless of what FinCom wants to do. No moving party usually moves something just for people to talk about it. So that would be my point.
Derek, like the lighting and stuff, what kitty does that come out of?
It's all three of those items under Article 18 are free cash.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you.
The IT positions, though, are raise and appropriate.
Raise and appropriate, that's correct.
Wish of the board? Motion to approve and send them to town meeting, these articles?
So if I could, so the two different articles, you're suggesting two different things. So I'll start with Article 18 because that's the easy one. Article 18, if you make a motion, that's different. So you make a motion to approve these three capital projects, those would go to town meeting for discussion. As Mr. Canty pointed out, Finance Committee is not going to do that because they didn't approve those. That's the easy one. Article 7 is different because the Finance Committee increased the IT budget by $213,000. So if the Select Board disagrees with that, if they agree with the Select Board's budget, you would then make a motion to reduce that IT budget back down to the original budget, which would be a reduction of $213,000. So if you agree with the Finance Committee's recommendation on the IT budget, then that will go forward to town meeting with an increase of $213,000. That'll be the motion on the floor that night.
Ms. Iaquinto? That's okay.
So this is a learning experience, and I'm going to reverse everything that I just said, because we have made our recommendations, and I think that we should stand behind what the original recommendations that we made. And if there is a town meeting member or someone else who's authorized to move an article, then that would be up to them to do. I guess I'm uncomfortable being in an advocacy position on some of these. And it sounds like that's what we would be doing by agreeing to be the moving authority.
Mr. Cohan?
But going back to Article 7, there's been, the FinCom heard the article. They increased it by $213,000.
Correct.
And if, if we wanted to send our version over their version, we would make a motion tonight.
That's correct. That's correct.
And in that motion, do we put the language of?
I would just say that the motion would be that you would reduce the IT budget by $213,000.
So the 7 is different from 18.
Yes.
Whatever we do, there'll be individual votes on them if we take action on them. I guess I just wanted to clarify that whatever we did, how would we move forward?
So if I could. So Article 7 will be, that section will be moved whatever budget subcommittee IT is in. And then if we made a motion, it would be a motion to amend, to reduce that department by $213,000. And then town meeting would vote on the motion to amend, yes or no. Motion to amend passes, that becomes the main motion, then that's the IT budget they vote on. Motion to amend fails, the $213,000 stays in the budget, and that's the main motion that they vote on. If we do nothing, there is no motion to amend, at least from us, and then the main motion without a motion to amend will be the $213,000 from FinCom.
Understood.
Well, how do people feel about making the motion to amend? Do people want to see that? To have that discussion, or?
I mean, our original recommendation
Was
was
not to have it.
$213,000 left. Do we
Yeah.
want to stand behind our original? It's at the pleasure of the board, so
I mean, I
we can
would
have that
say
discussion now.
with that, if we made that motion, it would force a discussion about whether this 213,000 is a worthwhile increase. Whereas if we do nothing, it is possible that there will be no discussion and it will just be passed without comment.
So in theory, we're just adding to the debate at town meeting. They're just
Correct.
looking at our advisory capacity from a FinCom and a board, a select board. Okay, understood.
Ms. Iaquinto?
I would make a motion to amend Article 7 back to our original recommendation.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Iaquinto, seconded by Mr. Canty. Discussion. Mr. Canty?
So we obviously went through a significant exercise looking at potential decreases to the budget. As many know, I was not in favor of many of those decreases because of the effect that they would have had on residents. But I do think, given our financial situation, any increase to the budget should be discussed, because while these positions would do important work for the town, I don't know of a single town department that couldn't benefit from more staff doing more of their work. So I think it's worthwhile to have the discussion, and town meeting can make the decision that they want to make. But I think we should stick to our original recommendation, let FinCom make their case, and let town meeting decide. So that's how I'm going to vote.
Any more discussion? Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Ms. Iaquinto?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Unanimous.
So then, if I could procedurally,
Oh, please.
for Article 18,
Yeah?
if we do nothing, then it will just be the FinCom motion, and police rear parking lot, downtown resiliency phase 2 civic areas, and training green pedestrian lighting and irrigation will not be moved at town meeting unless and until a town meeting member makes that motion. So we could make a motion to move one or all three or any combination of these items, or we could do nothing. But that's procedurally what we're being asked to do with these items under 18.
If I may, Chief, could I just ask you a question on the parking lot? Because just want to resurface and whatever.
Yes.
What exactly was your department asking? Was to do the parking lot over, resurface it, or is there, who's there?
Yeah, so in 2015, we had the methane mediation in the back parking lot. Since then, there's been some settling. There's some cracks now in the parking lot. The striping needs to be redone. What I'm looking, and we want to add some drainage, additional drainage, because of some water issues we've been having over the years. My goal, along with a seal coating, I'm just trying to get as much life out of the parking lot as I can. Not sure, I know there are some other things in the works, but, I don't want to let things go by for something that may happen in the future. I just want to maintain what we have.
Okay, thank you. And the other two, one was the lighting at the green, because I don't have my booklet that he has there. That's
Yeah.
why I can't look it up. So.
One is the training green, which is Parks and Forestry, so Nick's here. And then the other is Downtown Resiliency Project Phase 2, which Mike and David are here.
Mr. Cohen?
No, I believe we heard these presentations, we supported these presentations. My feeling is we continue our recommendation to town meeting on the presentations we received to date. So I'm in favor of that.
I'm going to say I am also. I'd say by even putting it off a year or two, the cost is only gonna be more inflated. And whatever they're trying to do and maintain is gonna be worse. We hear the comments all the time looking at Memorial Hall. Why didn't we take care of the drainage? Why didn't, when I say we, I mean the town. Why didn't we do this? Why didn't we do that? Well, the chief's telling you the parking lot's starting to give way. The methane gas that I brought up last week or the week before was definitely part of that issue. It's settling, so eventually that's gonna be a risk to the pedestrians or the residents, whoever's going there. An insurance risk, so, you know. And then the seal coating extends the life of that, so. I'm in favor of the projects, let them go, let them be vented. And I did my part. If it gets turned down, well, that's how it works. Anyone else have anything to say? And like I say, if it's about the lighting, and that is a valid concern, if and when it passes town meeting, I'm sure it's gonna come back and someone's gonna have to explain to us what kind of lighting and all that and make sure it's in line. I'm sure it will be, but we can make sure of that. Mr. Canty?
So with the training green one, we could move that one separately so that, I know Bill did want to previously change his recommendation. I don't know if you still do, but if the three of us voted to advance that, then there'd still be that discussion and your vote would be still not to do it.
Right.
If that's your wish.
That would reflect what I was trying to convey. I do believe town meeting should debate this, but I just wanted to revisit my vote on the subject matter.
So I will make a motion on Article 18A33, which is DPW Parks and Forestry Training Green, pedestrian lighting and irrigation, to move that at town meeting.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Canty, second by Ms. Iaquinto. Discussion. Mr. Canty?
So I don't personally, although I do think we should have lighting and irrigation in the park. This is not a hill I'm looking to die on either. But I think for process-wise, moving it brings about the debate and the discussion. So I will vote in favor for that purpose, but I don't have a tremendous problem with this one way or the other, whichever way it goes. So just for clarity.
Mr. Cohen?
And this is the vote to recommend a town meeting, not the individual vote on how we feel about the, on 33A.
Well, if you were to, if the three of us voted yes and you voted
Right.
no, then you would not be part of the
Okay,
effort to move it.
understood.
So,
So it'll be just one vote. on
right,
this,
so
yep.
we would, a board member would move it, but your vote would be, if
Right.
you voted no, not to do that.
Okay, understood. Yes. Okay, got it.
Any more discussion? Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Ms. Iaquinto?
Yes.
And myself, yes. It'll move to town meeting, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
So I'll make a motion to approve, recommend Article 18, items A7, which is the police rear parking lot upgrades, and Article 18, item A30, Department of Energy and Environment Downtown Resiliency Project Phase 2 civic areas.
I'll second that.
Motion by Mr. Canty, second by Ms. Iaquinto. Discussion? Mr. Canty?
So again, I think there are benefits to both of these. I'm very much in favor of the Downtown Resiliency Project, but I also believe in the FinCom review process too. So I am again moving for the purposes of the discussion at town meeting to see what they would like to do. But these are also not hills I am looking to die upon.
Any other discussion?
No.
Well, I gotta say, I don't know about dying on the hill, but I think we all hear a lot of chatter about climate resiliency and what the town's doing. We had a presentation. Mr. Cahill's sitting here. He has a plan. So either we're in the game or out of the game. And that's what town meeting's gonna decide. But I solely wanted to, I'm not just voting this so it goes to town meeting. I'm voting it because I support your plan and the work you put into it. For the record. Mr. Cohen?
I think it's said efficiently as we're either in the game or the other, we're not in the game. And this isn't a game we have to play every cycle. So it's not something that is ebbing and flowing. It's in front of us, and we have the staff that's putting the time in. We heard the presentation, so I am also in favor and see it as a priority.
Any other discussion? Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Ms. Iaquinto?
Yes.
And myself, yes, unanimous. We all set with those, right? Plymouth 250th Commemoration Committee appointments. The way I see it is 3 terms, citizens at large. Is Dr. Bambini in?
Good evening.
Welcome.
I'm Kathy Babini. I've been a Plymouth resident for 31 years, since 1981. And I don't, do you want to just give my background or? Okay, so I have a BA in sociology and secondary education from Stonehill College. My master's is from UMass Boston, from the McCormick Institute on Public Affairs. I have a CAGS, a Certificate of Advanced Graduate Studies from Bridgewater in Reading, and a doctorate in education from Northeastern University with a focus on curriculum and instruction. Professionally, I was a 7th grade social studies teacher for 20 years, the last 15 being in Plymouth. And I ended my career with 17 years as the K-12 social studies coordinator for the Plymouth schools. I retired in 2017, and for 2 months I was retired, and then I was asked to be the executive director of the Massachusetts Council for the Social Studies, a board that I had been a past president and board member of. I currently serve on the board of the Plymouth Education Foundation. But while I was the curriculum coordinator, one of the positions that I took, I was on the 400th committee from the very beginning until 2015. And as part of that, worked with students on activities that they could be doing along with those. I had remembered that the first graders at the time were the class of 2020. So instituted a program where the kids did an activity around Plymouth for their 12 years, and we got all their work done back when they were graduating. Unfortunately, they were the class of 2020, so they did have an opportunity to get that back. I've served on a number of committees in town. As a social studies coordinator, I worked with the education committee of Pilgrim Hall, which I've just finished a term as a trustee. I've worked with the Plymouth Patuxent with doing professional development for teachers and doing summer institutes. I facilitated kids voting when I was a coordinator, and again, worked with other local organizations that were looking to work with students in different appointments there. I have worked with I've been a member of the Antiquarian Society and the Pilgrim Hall, as I said, the Mercy Otis Warren Society, and the Plymouth Patuxent, been able to be part of a lot of the activities that they've started doing around the 2020. So that's kind of my background and my involvement in town, working on different committees, and would very much like forward looking towards this committee and getting that commemoration started.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions from the board? Mr. Cohen and Mr. Canty?
Dr. Babini, so having this experience in the school system and working with the schools, you're retired from that capacity,
Right.
but obviously you have this institutional knowledge of how the school department, as it relates to social studies, you still have that capability that you could bring? Have you thought about what role? I know time is of the essence, and this is kind of, we're putting together a group to work on these issues. We know that we have a limited amount of time. It's
Right.
something that you probably would have started 5 years ago. But in the consolidated amount of time and your experience on the 400 working with the students, do you see an opportunity where students can play a role in this discussion?
Well, I think there's a lot of things that can be done, and, but again, as you said, time is short, and curriculums are full, and things that needed to get done at school. But I was thinking of a couple of things that could be done, just to make a recognition a little bit, making the tie, not only with students, but with families. For example, during the, looking at that whole revolutionary period, it was the Second Continental Congress that made a resolution that we should have the Stars and Stripes. And that was done on June 14th. And of course, it took many years until, I believe it was Truman, finally made that national observance. So in Plymouth, our residents do a wonderful job around the 4th of July putting out flags. You'll see them in front of houses, in front of businesses. Maybe this year we asked them to do it on the 14th of June, and it kind of extend that period of the to recognize Flag Day there. And students, again, will be in school at that time. And I know a lot of the schools do make some commemoration around that time. And maybe that's something we just do a little bit more of and flag that. Also during the Revolution, it was George Washington who came up with the, I believe it was called the Merit, Badge of Military Merit, which evolved into the Purple Heart. And it was given out during the Revolution and then not again until after World War I. So maybe there's something, again, could be tied to Veterans Day in the fall, and looking, again, working with the Veteran Services and making that a little bit more known, and working, maybe doing something special for Purple Heart recipients who live in town. So I think those kind of things could be, because our organizations in town have done an amazing job with all the museums, and the educational organizations have full programs with a lot of revolutionary things going on. You'll see get the flyers in the mail and all the time. But I think there's some other stuff like this. It might, maybe it's more of a low-hanging fruit that can be done, more tying in some of this with the schools, but also with the residents in town. I served on 2 committees with the State Department on social studies curriculum and the standards. So there's always a way to kind of look at those. And the biggest one right here, for me, I would think is Mercy Otis Warren. And, this is her time. This would be an opportunity for the town to really do something to commemorate her work. She is in our curriculum, or their curriculum, I should say now. And it's something that I think it would be a great opportunity for Plymouth to shine, to be able to do something around that.
Any other questions? Mr. Canty?
Thank you, Dr. Babini. Is there anything in particular, other than what you've already commented on, that you'd like to see the 250th committee do in terms of events, activities, or other actions to commemorate the 250th?
I think there's a lot that has been planned. That I think one of the things I would want to see is all of these in one place. I've been looking, I get the flyers from different organizations, saying, okay, I'll do that with the antiquarians, and I'll go with this, and I just finished looking at a couple of things to write down. So there's so much there, but I think it's communication and getting the word out. There's a lot of great stuff happening, and to get that outside and published. And then again, some of the small things that can come up that can be done either with the schools or through the 4th of July committee, things that could, again, enhance the fact that the 250th.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from the board? No?
Thank you.
Thank you. Is Daniel Contrino here? Come on up.
Good evening, everyone on the board. Thanks for having me. I'd love the opportunity to participate in the 250th Commemoration Committee. I'm already on the Visitor Services Board, and I kind of think my position on that would definitely help me contribute to the organization and some of the programming we're looking to do. My business position, owner of a longtime standing store in downtown Plymouth, I could definitely use that position to promote and direct customers to events. And also, my position on the VSB
has sort of put me in touch with a lot of people, civic organizations, excuse me. But also, I've got sort of a pet project that, you know, I've always had a bee on my bonnet for. And I think the 250th committee is a great springboard to talk about it. It would be a shuttle that would, the initial service would be from Plymouth Patuxent Museums, which is great because Tom Begley has already been voted on the committee. Initially, the other stops would be the Jenny Gristmill and then the Mayflower. And the goal would be to utilize free parking for museum customers, free parking being already at the Plymouth Patuxent Museums, and then drive them to downtown shopping, other events going on. And there's potential to add stops to this in the future. But this can run in conjunction with what See Plymouth is already running, the circuit rides. But the goal to this shuttle would be to offer a reliable, scheduled shuttle that doesn't require technology for customers who might not be comfortable with apps. Maybe English is not their first language. But I definitely think in conjunction with Circuit, a shuttle like this would definitely boost attendance to anything that the 250th committee, you know, kind of talks about, promotes, finances. And that's it. I hope it happens. I remember the trolley when I was a kid running from Cranberry World and all over Plymouth. And, you know, I think it would be fun to see that again. But that's just one thing. I contribute all sorts of things to the committee. Thank you.
Any other questions? I have to say that I do agree with you on the trolley idea.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Quintal.
And no, I've advocated it. I am also a member on the VSB. And the sentiment's always been that, you know, it would be too expensive or it wouldn't be worthwhile. You know, even after this, it's one of my hopes is to someday see that actually happen.
Oh.
And, you know, we really have to look at what we spend on the ride share in the vehicles that they have, and if it's really adequate. And I know a lot of people use them, and this is a hot subject, and this is the place for
The
it.
capacity, there was only 5 people.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think the town would be well better served by, even if this ran, say, May to September, October, November, but hitting the
A start.
museum and all those places you mentioned, I think that's one of the issues Plymouth has.
Yeah, yeah.
And make it more tourist friendly. I think that we get a lot of bang for our buck that way.
Right. And I think this committee can kind of be
Yeah.
you know, the people that reach out to P&B, maybe even a limousine service. I mean, you know, we can think outside the box. There's all sorts of things.
There are 3 or 4 trolleys at the
Oh, yeah.
P&B station. I don't know
Did
who
Chris-
owns them or how they got there, so
Yeah.
maybe at one of our future meetings on another hat day, we ask what the deal is with that and why they are there and what we need to look into
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
You know?
So, no, that's
But,
wonderful.
yeah, I support this idea. It's a very good
Oh,
idea.
thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? No? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. McKay, this is the first time you come without the turkey costume, George.
Well, I want to thank you for this opportunity. I originally had a meeting scheduled for tonight, so, but it was changed to Thursday night, so I appreciate being here in person. We were talking earlier about the Plymouth 400. I moved here in 2010, and the first thing I did when I moved here, I said, I got to get involved in something. So I got involved in the Plymouth 400 Anniversary Committee, and I worked 10 years planning a whole bunch of events, most of which went up in smoke because of COVID. But I did learn an awful lot from that experience. I learned how to deal with all the agencies and organizations in Plymouth, which you have listed here as being part of this committee. I also learned about the neighboring towns, and I learned about how things operate at the state level. And in addition to that, it was an international cooperation with the people from England. So I know how to run these kind of programs. I'm not listed as one of the agencies or organizations involved, but I know the intricacies of getting things done for this kind of committee, this kind of event that Plymouth wants to have. And I know the contacts in, not only in Plymouth, but in the surrounding towns at the state level and even at the international level. So I think based on those qualifications, that I'm an excellent candidate to be part of this organization. I also gave you some of the things I'm currently working on. I'm affiliated with the Plymouth 400 Anniversary Committee, and we have a number of things planned, including donating to the 4th of July parade this year to reinforce the 250th anniversary of the Revolution. But I'm also working on a parade float that will be in the 4th of July parade, honoring the Wampanoags that fought in the American Revolution. It turns out there are about 112 in this area, mostly from Mashpee. Second largest number were from the Aquina tribe, and the third is the Herring Pond organization. There were 5 Herring Pond natives that fought in the American Revolution. The other interesting thing that I found out in doing some research is you're all familiar with the Boston Massacre, and the first person that was killed in the Boston Massacre was Crispus Attucks, and he was touted as a black man that was killed, the first person in the Revolutionary War. Well, it turns out he was only half black, he was also half Wampanoag. So these are the kind of things I like to uncover and as we move forward. I also am still involved in the Plymouth 400 Legacy Group, trying to keep the license plate revenue alive and well. And we've done reasonably well at that. And largely, I've been a one-man band keeping that alive and well and running. As you probably know, every time somebody renews, the Plymouth 400 gets part of that. And Tony spoke earlier about what we're doing with that revenue. One of the difficulties with the license plate is people move to Florida, and they don't allow you to take a registered Massachusetts license plate to Florida. Anyway, so those are the kind of things I'm currently involved with, I have been involved with, and there's a number of things we have planned, and I'll still work on them regardless of whether I'm officially on the committee or not tonight. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. McKay, Ms. Iaquinto?
Thank you, Mr. McKay. You clearly have a ton of experience, so that's great. But I'm just curious, in your view, what is the mission of this committee? What would you like to see it accomplish?
You're talking about the 250th
Yes,
Anniversary
yeah.
Committee? Well, I think that as you pointed out in your discussions of the organization, one of the first things we have to do is detail out what we're going to do. And I think with the experience I have with the Plymouth 400, I can bring a lot to that table in terms of that discussion. So I don't want to presuppose what the committee is going to do, but I can bring to the table a lot of options for the committee to consider.
Mr. Canty?
What George is there, following up on that, I suppose, with my question, is there anything in particular that you would like to see the 250th committee do in terms of events, activities, or other actions to commemorate the 250th?
Well, this may be a prejudiced statement, but I think that I would like to see it focus on Plymouth's role in the revolution, in the context of the overall revolution as it occurred. For instance, I would like to promote the fact that Crispus Attucks was half Wampanoag. I would also like to promote the fact that there are a number of people in this area, including Plymouth and the Herring Pond tribe that was part of Plymouth at the time, the Mashpee organization, the Mashpee tribe. Half of the people that fought in the Revolution from Mashpee were Native Americans. And so it's that kind of thing I'd like to promote as part of what we do going forward in terms of expressing Plymouth's role in the Revolution.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you,
Yeah,
George.
thank you.
Jade Leslie Osborne couldn't attend, correct? Okay. David Pencala, hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. Online? No. Margaret Scott? Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Margaret Scott, 239 Carver Road, Unit 4. I applied to be on the, on the committee so I can help establish some administrative assistance. I moved to Plymouth in 2014, and I have been in the biotech world all my career. When I retired, I started right away as a volunteer in the community, Cranberry Hospice in their offices, Old Colony Elder Services in their offices, and the Plymouth 400. And I did that forever. I sold more T-shirts and sweatshirts than you can imagine, all throughout the state and in Boston. So I also currently am with the Clear Pond Water Association in Plymouth because of the cyanobacteria we have in our ponds. What I can bring to the committee is my administrative experience in organizing, trying to talk to the right people to get the right things done and get it done in a timely fashion, because time is of the essence right now, of trying to organize the committee and get the plan in action. And that's what I can bring to the table. I am familiar with what's going on in the 250th, but I'm the organizer. I sit out back and try and figure out who can get the job done and how you get it done. That's what I bring to the table.
Great. Any questions? Mr. Canty?
Thank you, Margaret. Is there anything in particular that you'd like to see the 250th committee do in terms of events, activities, or other actions to commemorate the 250th?
I've always thought we should get the children in the community involved. They have to know their history. We have to instill the history in this population, this younger population. They need to understand where they came from, where the laws came from, why we live the way we live. And I think the 250th is a perfect example of presenting that to the students. I'm just a firm believer in that the children should be part of it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you.
Thank you.
Is Timothy Showbook here? Please come up.
Hi, Timothy Shawbrook. Lifelong born and raised Plymouthian. I know that's getting rare these days, but my credentials is I do have a BA in history from Virginia Military Institute. I have an MBA from Northeastern. I have a 26-year Marine Corps veteran Marine officer, and I have 22 years experience as a federal manager managing multi-million-dollar projects. So over years, it would take 8-10 years for the project to come to fruition. What I would like to see this commission do is play up the fact that our founding principles of the Declaration, when you go into the second paragraph of the Declaration of Independence, where it talks about all men are created equal, that the government is founded by the consent of the governed, has a direct tie back to the Mayflower Compact. When the Pilgrims came here, they were outside of their charter area. They had no legal basis. So they did something very unique. They formed what they call a civil body politic, where the laws would be done by the consent of the governed. And every single man, granted that was 17th century, either free or indentured, signed the compact, agreeing to abide by the laws of the colony. So if you take a look at where the American Revolution really starts, it starts with the Mayflower Compact, where the Pilgrims said, we are going to be a self-governing colony where our governors are going to govern by the consent of the governed. I would like to really show Plymouth's role 156 years prior to independence, how that came into being American independence as part of this commission's role.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? No? Thank you. Monique Taylor? And Hunter Young? It's online. Welcome, Hunter.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. I'm out at an event for work. So my name's Hunter Young. I'm 20 years old. I might not have some of the experience that the other people on the board do. But I put on events for work. I reach out to college students. I plan events. I promote events. I get people involved. And I think that this is an opportunity to unify together as a town and come together and celebrate our history and get all sides of the story, tell just the facts and the history. I love history. I think we should celebrate our country, come together, keep the focus on that and not get distracted. And I would love to work together with all sides, nonprofits, businesses, to make this event as successful as we can be. We have the opportunity to put on the biggest event of any town in the entire state with the amount of people we have in the area we have on the waterfront. So I'd like to kind of be, I guess, a bridge to my generation, young people that need to learn the history, and maybe it'll take social media or some modern approaches to actually get them out to the event and out involved. But I'd like to help with that portion of it. And I think that's something specific that I can offer. So I'd really appreciate the opportunity to serve. I know there's a lot of this going for it, but I'd love to work with everybody involved to make this happen. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Young? None. Okay, thank you. Okay, is the board ready to vote? You want to do see how you cast your votes? Would you like to do it that way like you always do?
If we could.
Okay, you may. You just help me keep score, Mr. Canty, just in case I make a mistake. Ms. Iaquinto,
So we give our 3 votes.
how do you vote?
I vote for Dr. Babini, Mr. McKay, and Margaret Scott.
Mr. Canty, how do you vote?
I vote for Dr. Babini, for Margaret Scott, and for Timothy Showbrook.
Okay, Mr. Cohan, how do you vote?
Dr. Babini, Herbert McKay, and Margaret Scott.
And I vote for Dr. Bambini, Margaret Scott, George McKay. So we have Dr. Bambini, George McKay, and Margaret Scott. And I have to tell you that when I did this, I would put you all on there if I could, because you all bring something to the table, seriously, I mean that. And I'm sure within this committee, if there's any projects that you might have or need help on, they can reach out to you, because we are one community, so. Thank you all for applying. Mr. Cohan, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that obviously time is of the essence. We're putting this committee together. We're trying to get the largest community input that we can find by relying on organizations and individuals. But if you haven't been appointed tonight, please attend these meetings and let us know your thoughts on that committee member, because this is a community joint effort. Thank you for taking the time to apply.
Okay, Board of Health appointment. And we had 2 applicants, and I believe Nicole Holmes withdrew, correct? All right. So that leaves Mr. Sullivan. Is Mr. Sullivan in the room or online? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
Good evening. So it's one position and one candidate, is my math correct? So I would say in the interest of time, thank you.
It doesn't quite work that way. But,
Well,
but
sure.
you're moving along, but we'd like to know
Yeah,
why you'd like to
absolutely.
sit on there.
Yeah, it's a great
Really,
question.
seriously.
So I think I have a unique experience. I both work as a medical surgical nurse, otherwise known as a bedside nurse in a community hospital. And I also work as a nurse in the Department of Corrections, known as correctional nursing. And I take a great interest in the health and wellness of not just my patients, but of our population, particularly among our young generation. I am shocked and awed by the number and the prevalence of young people that are so anxious, so addicted, so depressed, so obese, so confused, so distracted, that they just can't live a fulfilling life. And 2 years ago, I took an opportunity to work in the Department of Corrections, specifically Bridgewater State Hospital. And I thought that I was going to encounter a whole bunch of crazy old men. It's the complete opposite. They're young, 18 to maybe 45. And it's a life lost. And so the unique thing about working for the Board of Health is not only do you have an opportunity to promote and protect public health, but you have an opportunity to really touch people in a very positive and profound way. And so the reason I apply for this position is that I really want to reach out to young people, and I'm talking going all the way down to grade school on up, and really promote health and wellness, and more specifically, nutrition and fitness. And it seems like, you know, public health today has been consumed by vaccination discussions and a lot of sexuality questions, and those have their place. But I'd like to get back to nutrition and fitness. And we already have an infrastructure in our public schools. We have school nurses. We have phys ed, right? And to use what we already have in place to help promote health and wealth and fitness among our young people so that when they matriculate in life, they can live a fulfilling life. And so that's why I applied for this position, and that's why I'm asking for your approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions?
Mr. Canty?
Since you brought it up, what is your opinion on vaccinations?
My opinion on vaccinations is that they have worked, okay? I was vaccinated. I went through the whole childhood vaccination schedule. I do believe that that vaccination, they've changed the standard of vaccination. When I'm 60 in less than 30 days. When I was a child, vaccinations meant cure. And then in the early 2000s, vaccinations became prevention. And in the last 4 years, vaccinations became protection. So I say this not to be facetious, but to put it in perspective. What is sunscreen and what are condoms? They're both protection, but nobody would ever submit that they're vaccinations. So I would love to see us return back to the prior standards of what a vaccination actually meant, which is either cure or prevention. Protection, I'm not sure that that meets the standard. So if I work in healthcare, and so the core of health is science, and the core of science is skepticism. You question, okay? And so I question the efficacy of any vaccine that's advertised as merely protection when it doesn't offer prevention or cure. So I'm not anti-vaccine by no means. I probably wouldn't be here today if I wasn't vaccinated. But I think we need to have a healthy skepticism about what we deem a true vaccine versus something that may just offer some protection.
What is the meaningful difference between protection and prevention in your mind?
Well, prevention means you're not going to get it. You wear sunscreen, you can still get a sunburn. I'm half Irish, okay? I wear SPF 75, but when I go out in the sun, I look like a lobster, okay? Same thing, birth control for women. You can still get pregnant on birth control. Nobody's ever said that birth control is a vaccine. It can prevent pregnancies, but not always.
So do you believe a vaccine is only effective if it has 100% probability rate of preventing an infection of the given disease that it?
No, because we're all individuals. And we may look similar on the outside, but we're very different on the inside. So where I draw the line is what we've seen more recently is the politicization of our public health. And I would like to see politics out of our public health and focus on the science and the medicine of public health versus the politics of public health.
What do you mean by the politics of public health specifically?
What do I mean by the politics of public health? Sure, people have agendas, and we live in a very polarized environment where it seems like everything in our society is politicized. And I don't believe that's healthy. I don't think it promotes health and wellness among our people. Just like, as I said, look at our young people today. You work in the legal field. I'm sure you encounter many young people that fit the description that I described. Anxiety, depression, obesity, confusion, distraction. And in your particular field, it leads to alleged criminal conduct. And so where I'm coming from is that we need to take the politics out of public health and just look at it as it is, as science. And, you know, one of the things that's also important too is that we've deified medicine and we've deified medical doctors. And you must keep in mind that they call medicine, and in my case, nursing, as a practice. It's a practice. Practice makes progress, okay? And they call doctors, so nurses, we make assessments. Doctors make diagnoses, but they're called opinions for a reason. And so, that's where I'm coming from that perspective that we look at medicine as it is. It's both science and art, and that we make it politically agnostic. Does that answer your question?
I believe so.
Okay. Any other questions?
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Ms. Iaquinto, how do you vote?
I would really like to see this be a more competitive situation rather than just choosing from one person. I just feel like this is a really important role, and I don't know that I'm prepared to vote tonight.
Mr. Canty? Thank you.
I would vote no if it were just with this one candidate. So I guess I would be agreeing with Ms. Iaquinta, we should re-advertise.
Okay. Mr. Cohen,
I agree.
you agree with the
I
other
agree,
two?
I agree that we should, I see here that we have other applicants. For some reason, one of them is withdrawn, the other one I don't know the status of. I just feel like we should re-advertise so that we can, this is a very, Board of Health is very important. I've had the pleasure of attending their meetings and since I've been elected and sitting in and listening. It's an incredibly important committee. The town is making great advancements in this location. So I just want to see if we can create a more competitive environment around the applicants.
Okay, so the wish of the board is to re-advertise? Okay. Climate Action Net Zero Cans Committee appointments, one term, expiring June 30th, 2026, and another term expiring June 30th, 2027. So, is it Giles? Giles, okay, thank you.
Alan Giles, 6 Loring Boulevard. Little bit about myself. Been in renewable energy since 2004. I was on Congressman Delahunt's Biofuels Action Committee, and we helped write some legislation during the Patrick administration. I'd started my own renewable energy company, implementation company on Cape Cod in 2008. And I was recognized by Congress for my project at Cape Cod Community College. Most recently, I've been working for a firm out of Hopkinton, Mass. That is focused on implementing renewable energy strategies for municipalities, school districts, and nonprofits. And my wife told me that we are going to live in Plymouth for the rest of our lives, so it's time for me to get involved in the community.
Questions from the board? Mr. Canty?
Thank you, Mr. Childs. I have 2 questions. First would be, is there anything that the Climate Action Net Zero Committee is currently doing that you'd like to see them keep doing if you were to be appointed, or anything they're not doing that you'd like to see them start doing?
That's a great question. And I've been in volunteers, lots of different levels, and I found, and I was also taught this by my grandfather, that my job in volunteering is not to get in to make changes, it's to get in and do the dirty work. So I know that being involved in renewable energy for a long time, Plymouth has been a leader in climate action. It's been out there for a long time, whereas many of my current clients are just starting what you folks have done a long time ago. So it's not my job to come in and say, you should be doing this, you should be doing that. My job is to come in and understand what you already have in place and how I can help improve that by just doing the work.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question would be, there's 2 terms, as Mr. Quintal said, one expires June of this year, one expires June of 2027. Do you have a preference based on your wife's ultimatum?
Yeah, she told me 27 was okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions? I have one or two. You can roll them in each other. Do you think that, I don't want to use Plymouth as an example, but your feelings on nuclear energy, or the second part of the question is solar and wind farms. Do you think that that's going to be able to keep pace with the nation's, if you will, or Plymouth's future needs with electric, the new stretch codes? Because I'm hearing from the people actually decommissioning the power plant, there was some people there, and I asked them. He said, that's a very good question. So I'm just putting it out there because you seem to be well-versed in this.
So
What your feelings is on it actually, and do you think it's safe and clean?
I'm hoping that my employer is not watching today, but I do work for one of the largest renewable energy asset implementation companies in North America. Just finished a $6 billion wind farm and transmission line that goes across the Southwest. They just acquired major acquisitions in Canada and in Mexico. And the division I work for is one of the 10th largest solar installation companies in the United States. So those two are pretty much ingrained in me for a long time. It's kind of funny you brought up nuclear, being here. Before I lived here, I had a home on the Cape for 20 years. And so the plant right here was always in our forefront. What I've seen is that, especially in France, there's new technology coming out. It's smaller. I kind of
SMR
like what they're
300s,
doing.
yes.
I haven't seen an implementation of that, but I do like the idea of going back to existing plants and rehabbing them. A, with an idea, with a focus on safety, and then B, supporting the region that it's in, because we don't have a lot of hydro. Our electricity is coming from Quebec. And now with the issues that we currently have, that's just going to skyrocket. Our governor came out with executive order last week promoting a lot of things. So I think we have some huge opportunities here, and I think we have a lot of support at on Beacon Hill in order to implement climate action plans along the lines that this town has, where it's not just one or two focus, it's spread across 5 or 6 different opportunities here. It's not just one thing. Everything affects another. I hope that answers your question.
I'm not professional on it, but you did touch on France, and France is out in the front right now. So you have done some homework, and
Actually, I have to give my youngest son that he understands that, and he's been teaching me about what they're doing in Europe and what they're bringing
it's
in here.
happening all over the world, and that's why I bring it up. It's not because, and the other being the concern for keeping up with energy.
When you brought up nuclear, I know it's a touchy subject.
No, it acts, you know what, you're 200% correct, and it takes a lot to sit here and to say that, and I was born here, and grew up with a plant, and the one we have, I use the term dinosaur because it is, and I never would support anything like that in this community, but the technology is taking a 180. And not only the technology, it's clean. It's the cleanest form of energy there is, that so far that I've seen, as far as the paperwork and the science goes. So, thank you for answering that question for me. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you. Is Jennifer Lynn Ehalt here? Kate, anyone online? No? Okay. And Daniel Sullivan?
Well, let's hope I make a better impression on the board, okay? I'm a third-generation resident of Plymouth. My paternal grandfather, back in 1905, bought parcels of land in Manamet, and he built a summer camp that my father's family owned and operated from 1905 to 1976. And I asked my father once, I said, geez, why did your dad pick Plymouth? And he said, it was the bay, it was the beaches, it was the forests, the woodlands, and of course, deeded beach rights. And for generations, our camp catered to campers from the tri-state area, from Connecticut, New Jersey, and Connecticut, kids that lived in the inner city. And so for them, coming and spending their summers at my father's family summer camp was an oasis. And I have very fond memories of being able to walk along Manamet Bluffs and see the natural bluffs and seeing fish and sand sharks come right up to your feet and swim in the water and just go out, a couple 100 yards off the ocean and use a drop anchor and fish for flounder and cod. Unfortunately, those days are gone, okay? And so I apply for this position because, like many of you, I love the beaches, I love the water, I love our forests, I love our woodlands. I also like clean air and clean water. And where I've seen tremendous blowback in climate action is in two regards. One of them is the lack of candor about the true cost of climate action. And I'll use offshore wind as an example. Our utility bills have skyrocketed because we're indirectly subsidizing the cost of offshore wind. And secondly, there's also a lot of cynicism about climate action. And no disrespect to this gentleman, I've never met him before in my life. But a lot of individuals who are promoting climate action actually have a financial interest in climate action. And whether or not it poses a conflict of interest, there's at least an appearance of a conflict of interest. I have no financial stake in any industry, any company that profits off of climate action. None whatsoever. I come here literally with clean hands, okay? I apply for this position because I want to see our coastlines, I want to see our beaches, I want to see our forests, and I want to see our woodlands conserved and preserved. And that's why I present my application to the board tonight.
Questions for Mr. Sullivan?
I guess I left you speechless.
I'll ask you the same question
Sure.
I asked the previous gentleman. Your thoughts on nuclear energy, and do you think that solar and wind power will meet our needs? When I say ours, the whole country.
Well, it's an open question whether or not wind and offshore alone can meet our energy needs. I would love to see more implementation of solar, particularly in commercial construction, as well as a lot of these planned communities. Certainly, I think there's an opportunity there. In terms of what they call basically this micro nuclear energy, I'm not a scientist in that regard. I'm not a physicist. I've done some cursory readings and know that the French have been on the forefront of nuclear technology, and there is an opportunity to use existing infrastructure to convert or retrofit existing power plants, and more importantly, the grid to alternative to green energies. My son is an engineer, and when he was in college, he worked on a team that actually retrofitted a carbon power plant in New Hampshire, and they retrofitted it to utilize green energy. So it's there. I think the opportunity's there. And I also think that it may be more economical. Because one thing we know about Mother Nature, she's very unpredictable. And because of that unpredictability, you'll have inherent unpredictability when it comes to offshore wind.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Mr. Canty, how do you vote? This is for the term, I'm sorry, the first term till 2026.
For the 2026 term,
Yes.
I would not cast a vote for a candidate for the 2026 term.
Mr. Cohan?
Yes, Jennifer, oh, sorry. Jennifer E. Hall.
Yeah, right here. Well,
She's the second listed candidate.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, she's not on the
Yeah.
sheet I'm looking at, so I
Okay.
apologize for that. So if I may back up a little bit.
Okay.
Is Jennifer Lynn Ehalt here? Is she online? No? Okay. So, back to the first term expiring June 30th, 2026, and you have no recommendation, correct, Mr. Canty?
That's correct.
Ms. Iaquinto?
I also have no recommendation for that.
Mr. Cohan?
27.
No, 26. Just doing that one first.
Is Jennifer, is she eligible?
Yeah.
I read the resume.
But she's not here.
She's eligible if you want to vote for her.
Yeah,
She's just
I
not
think I
present.
made that known. Voting, it's our resume, I'm pleased with it.
So that's who you're voting for?
Correct.
Okay. So we have two, no recommendation. And one for Jennifer Lynn Ehalt. And even if there's two votes, it's not gonna.
Well, if ours are treated as abstentions, then you would only need 2 votes to,
Okay,
for
so,
Ms.
so
Ehalt.
is that what you're saying? You're gonna
Yes.
abstain?
Yes.
Okay. And one for Jennifer, so I'll go with Mr. Cohan and make it 2 votes. So we get somebody on their action committee for the first term. Now to the second term, ending on June 30th, 27. Mr. Canty, how do you vote?
I would vote for Alan Giles.
Mr. Cohan?
Alan Giles.
Ms. Iaquinto?
Alan Giles.
And I'll vote for Mr. Giles also. Your wife should be very happy. She's watching? You're welcome. Thank you all. Plymouth for All Committee appointments, 2 terms, both expiring June 30th, 2027. And Barnaby Bosanquet is withdrawn, correct? Okay. Is Tim Ellison?
Ms.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tomeo. Sorry. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tamiel Buffalo Ellis, and I am a Plymouth resident of 13 years here, and also as a mother of 2 students currently attending the University of Yukon. Go Huskies! Sorry, any Duke fans. So I am submitting my application for the Plymouth for All Committee. My background has a lot to do with working with nonprofits, with a lot of different angles in which I've approached. I've had, things within the school system. I've also ran a nonprofit music organization for 15 years, nuts to bolts, everything from operations to curriculum to administrative planning, things such as bringing students out of state to performances, such as like Ohio, Florida, things like that. I also am on several committees that intertwined with cultural aspects. For example, I am a board member of my local Native American tribe, which is the Pokanoket Chappaquiddick tribe. They're mostly centered out of Rhode Island, but they do have some centers here in New England as well, excuse me, Massachusetts. So very aware of cultural things as well. And I also did a lot of things within our school system. I sit on the diversity committee as their chair. I also did help a lot of the programs in and out the school as volunteers. So a lot of that was based on just giving back to our community that provides so much to our students and our families. So I figured, why not bring my knowledge of operations as well as working for cultural aspects through various lenses to a town that is growing and developing as citizens, as well as involving our students and our children who are coming up in this era to know what it is that Plymouth has to offer, where they can find those activities, learn about our history, past, present, and honestly, the future. So was very impressed with Plymouth for All as a committee. I have had various iterations throughout the years, which I've had to come before the committee, and each and every time, I am amazed at the committee that is willing to come and do the work. And for someone who has come in and out of committees and part of committees, people do show up because they like to be the part of things, but to see people come and do the work is really, really important to me, as well as the benefits to our community, to see people who are actually going to be there and do what is needed. The thing I also like too is, again, I've come in and out throughout the years, and each and every time the committee grows, the voices grow, the activities that they do grow. And that to me shows that they are dedicated to wanting to make sure that what it is that they represent is actually a representation of all of us that are here. So again, I submit my application for consideration and hope that my background and knowledge that I have will be able to be beneficial to continuing to help this community to grow. So, thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Mr. Canty?
Thank you. Is there anything in particular that Plymouth for All is doing that you'd like to see them keep doing if you were to be appointed, or anything that they're not doing that you'd like to see them start doing?
One of the things that they just did recently, which I know got delayed due to our blizzard, but there was a tour that actually talked about the African-American families that are in our community, the Black families that have actually been a part, and actually did a walking tour to actually show people who those people are, what contributions they have. As we said before and others have said before me, this is a multifaceted community. We have a lot to our history that not everyone's able to see. And that to me was very impressive. I did like that because it shows another lens in which they are willing to put forward to everybody that is there. So those are things I would like to see them continue to do. Things that are outreach, that are tours on different cultural aspects, not just focused on any one particular or just for all.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Sullivan?
Well, here's hoping that the third time is the charm. So, as the board knows, I'm a registered nurse. And on my units, I work with a whole diverse array of professionals. I work with medical doctors, co-RNs, and specialists that are naturalized citizens, natural-born citizens, and non-citizens from all over the world, from the Caribbean to Western Africa, Central Africa, Middle East, and the Far East. And we work as a team, and we have one common goal, and that common goal is to achieve optimal health outcomes for our patients and their families. And that's sort of the perspective that I apply to this position, is that that we need more team in our communities. We need more unity, we need more integration, and we need more community. And I'll use this analogy too. Once upon a time, it may be hard to believe this, but I was a marathoner. I've run over 36 marathons. And what's unique about a marathon, running a marathon, is that whether you're a world-class runner or you're just a weekend jogger, you all run the same race. You cross the same starting line and you cross the same finish line. And whether you are like I said, an elite marathoner or not, you're all running for your own prize. That prize might be fame, it might be fortune, or it might be just meeting your expectations. Or maybe you're running for a charity, so you want to meet your incentives, okay? And I must tell you, for somebody that's always sort of finished in the middle of the pack, it doesn't matter whether you're at the front of the pack, at the rear of the pack, or in the middle of the pack. The exhilaration of completing a marathon is really quite second to none. And if you've ever participated in a marathon, the esprit de corps, the sense of community, is so palpable. And so I look at a committee like the Plymouth for All as an analogy for running a marathon, that everybody should be given that opportunity if they so desired, to apply their talents and their training to run their race in life. And I kind of see the race is the race to achieve your version of the American dream, whatever that version may be for you. And so I would love to see the Plymouth for All committee really embrace unity and integration and community and allow as many people as possible who want to put their toe on the starting line to run their race and to fulfill their own expectations. And so that's why I'm here, and that's why I apply for the position.
Any questions for Mr. Sullivan? Mr. Canty?
Is there anything that the Plymouth for All committee is currently doing that you'd like to see them keep doing, or anything they're not doing that you'd like to see them start doing, were you to be appointed?
Sure. I think it's no secret that Plymouth for All and its mission has faced significant headwinds. And I believe that one of the critiques has been symbolism over substance. So I would like to see a focus on more substantive programs. So for instance, let's look at our naturalized citizens, or even our non-citizens in our community. I would love to see the board implement and promote more, say, English as a second language, more vocational skills, teach civic lessons. We have folks, we've heard from the Plymouth 400 and the Plymouth 250, which is all oriented around history. So I would love to see the Plymouth for All really give everybody who wants to know more about the history of this country, how do they assimilate so they can achieve their version of the American dream as possible. And I think starting with ESL and civics lessons and vocational skill development is a good start. I'm not aware if they're doing it or not, but if they are, continue it. If they're not, there's no better time than the present to start doing it.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Asaya Riley? Dr. McCurden Jr.? Hope I didn't mess that up too much.
Good try. Good evening, and I think we've all learned about marathons tonight, so I appreciate your resilience in hanging out to the bitter end here. My name is Srini Mukundan, and a relatively newer resident of Plymouth, but I'm proud to say that my wife Nancy and I live on the oldest public road in the United States. We live on Old Sandwich Road, and I'm here to apply for one of the open seats for the Plymouth for All Committee. My perspective is rooted in a journey that began as a child immigrant in 1970s Atlanta, Georgia. Growing up, I saw firsthand what it meant to be on the outside, navigating exclusion based on skin color, on religion, even the food that I ate and my family ate. Fortunately, there were many mentors that welcomed me into their community and taught me an even deeper Southern tradition, which is the duty to see to one's neighbors. And I think it's very important that that is the heart of the committee's mission at Plymouth for All, which is treating every person with dignity and respect. We have a 4-part mission statement, but the heart of it is dignity and respect for all, the beneficence associated with that. In my professional life, I've navigated many high-stakes environments as a professor at Harvard and chief of neuroradiology at the Brigham and Dana-Farber. I've led medical teams that cared for patients from all over the planet, literally every corner of the world came to our hospitals in Boston. And that career taught me that leadership only succeeds when it is rooted in accountability and compassion for everyone without exception. I've seen the weight of systemic barriers through my volunteer work with the Indian Health Service in New Mexico. Providing care in underserved indigenous communities reinforced my conviction that we must do more than just listen. We must actively amplify the voices of those who have been marginalized. Locally, I've applied these values through my environmental equity work with the Savory Pond Conservancy and the Plymouth Stewardship Alliance. As of November, I'm retired and I'm ready to fully commit my time and experience to this committee. I'm eager to help Plymouth for All advocate against bias, ensure that Plymouth doesn't just claim the title of America's hometown, but rather that we truly live up to it for every resident. Thank you.
Any questions? Mr. Canty?
Thank you. Is there anything that Plymouth for All is currently doing that you'd like to see them keep doing, or anything that they're not doing that you'd like to see them start doing were you to be appointed?
Yes. I think I would echo what Tomio said, but I would also, at our very last meeting, we were very fortunate that the police chief has actually appointed an officer to come and work with the committee, and they presented a lot of data. And I actually made the point that presenting data about bias in the community through the form of crimes, through and other such activities are very critical in making everyone feel that, either there is a problem or there's not. And especially with policing the way it is these days, it's very, very important that our community get out ahead of this and people recognize that we have a police force that actually is cognizant of potential harms that have occurred elsewhere in the country, and we avoid them. So I would like to see that program expand, and that we, as a committee and as a community, support better communication amongst our public servants and the community at large.
Any other questions? Thank you. So we're going to need 2 candidates for the 2 terms, both ending June 30th, 2027. Mr. Canty, how do you vote?
Ms. Buffalo Ellis and Dr. McCundon.
Mr. Cohan?
Ms. Buffalo Ellis and Dr. McCundon.
Ms. Iaquinto?
Miss Buffalo Ellis and Dr. McCundon.
And I vote for Tameo Buffalo Ellis and Dr. McCundon. Congratulations. And thank you. Decision to retain or auction town-owned foreclosed land. Patricia Mission, Treasurer? Mason, I'm sorry.
Good evening. I'm Patricia Meechan, Treasurer Collector. With me tonight, I have the Assistant Treasurer, Haley Stevenson. Tonight, we are requesting that the Select Board make a final determination on the disposition of individual town-owned foreclosed properties that you've been provided to review. All of these properties, just for you to keep in mind, are not part of the new legislation requirements. But before we go any further, I do just want to make you aware that in the memo, there's one correction to one of the properties. So tax title number 6455, it referenced that it was lot 19P. That should be 17P. So I just wanted to clarify that. So I just want to bring to your attention that all of these properties have been circulated to the town departments, and we've received comments from those departments where they have expressed an interest in retaining those properties for municipal purposes. But in addition to that, we've also received inquiries from the town's people that abut the properties that have also expressed interest in purchasing them and wanting to bring them to public auction. So we have reached out to those departments prior to tonight's meeting to make them aware that we were presenting this to you to make a determination on the properties, and to give them an opportunity to speak and, provide you with additional information on the reasons that they maybe want to retain those properties. And I'm going to ask that if we could review each property individually and make a decision to, for you to vote whether to retain or sell it at public auction.
Mr. Cohen?
So you're looking for us to vote on each one separately?
If we could, just.
Okay. All right. And I did look at the material that you provided and the routing of making sure that each department has an opportunity to look at this. Again, I just wanted to, I see that the community development looked at it, but I just wanted, in redevelopment is looking at it. So I wanted to make sure, this is my thing, where if we do come across a buildable lot that could provide affordable housing, and we're not under the new state guidelines, we want to be paying special attention to, is there an opportunity here where this could be an affordable unit? And are we engaging the different entities at town hall? I know there's a couple of them. So between the housing trust and between the community development and the redevelopment and the planning department, I'm sure, did you feel comfortable on the vetting of this as it pertains to a possible affordable housing?
We do. We send it to the, the primary contacts for each department that, typically will comment on them.
Right.
So we do make every attempt. There were some meetings that we had to. So a lot of times we'll just send the packet around, and a lot of times Patrick is the one who will kind of coordinate with coordinate with the different departments and have them meet and
Right.
provide us with comment.
Because
But there were a couple times that we met with the individual departments as well to kind of look at each property, and so that we're all in the room, and so that we know where everybody's coming from and what the interests are.
because there's also the LUAC committee that's looking at opportunities in how those lands. I'm sure that Patrick, being the staff person to that enterprise, is obviously paying attention to that possibility. But just want to keep the affordable housing question, make sure that everyone at town hall that is kind of focused on that endeavor knew about these opportunities, and they were able to see it and declined.
We have provided it to
Okay.
everybody, and Haley
Okay.
had, again, informed everybody of tonight's meeting so that
Yeah.
if they had any interest, they could inform us.
Okay.
Or given them the opportunity to speak tonight as well.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so you want us to take these separate, are you going to do a presentation or?
I don't think we're going to do a presentation, but if we could kind of go property by property. I know that there are a couple properties that we do have representatives from the town departments that would like to
Okay,
speak.
sure.
So if we could do the first property, which is, it's one of the land of low values. It's map 30, -2-D-P for Buttermilk Bay Shores. Is there anybody here that wants to comment on that property?
Good evening, Board. Rick Bossy, Town Engineer. This is the one on Buttermilk Bay Shores. It currently has a drainage area designated in the middle of it that takes runoff from Lake Drive. I sent some staff out there just to see what the limits were, and you could theoretically put an easement around probably about 80% of the lot and maybe still convey it to the abutting property owner. I believe they had interest about cutting down some trees that were overhanging their property. So in theory, it could be sold, but we'd have to designate a decent portion of it to contain the existing drainage systems that are there.
Questions or comments from the board? Mr. Canty?
So do you want to retain it, or?
It's been, I think it was designated as a park area at the part of the original subdivision, and it's just always been in town ownership. And since there was an existing drainage easement there, we were just always under the impression to, keep it as town property. But, to work with the abutters or to generate more revenue, if the board wanted to, keep up a majority of it for a drainage easement, so it, takes care of our road drainage and also a benefit to the abutter, it's also a possibility.
It doesn't have any improvements on it, it's just naturally.
Yeah,
proceeding?
so there's a couple spillways that are cut off the pavement, the water
Yeah.
rolls into the low-lying area, and then it eventually builds up and goes to Honey Pot Pond out behind those properties there. So,
So if we were to retain a portion of it, do we know what, I guess, first, do we know what portions we would want to keep? And number two, do we have any idea of the viability of auctioning off the remainder? Depending on how deep those cuts are?
I did a little bit of a drainage sketch I sent Patty. Like I said, 80% of the lot is pretty much encompassed by the drainage, so it's a very small portion. I don't know the exact square footage of that lot. I assume it's only between 5,000 to 10,000 square feet, so it's not a substantial piece of land.
Right.
Area-wise. So, just in thoughts of trying to work with the abutter for the reasons they wanted to purchase it was to remove some larger trees that are overhanging the property. Try to do the best we can to work with them.
So the abutter has expressed interest?
I believe so.
Yes. And the property is about, like 2/3 of an acre.
Okay.
Isaiah Quinto?
So would the abutter purchase the entire property and then, or just that portion of it that they're interested in?
So the way it's worked in the past is they would purchase the property, but we would have something written in, incorporated in the deed that allows like a drainage easement and, we would just put it in the deed and specify.
Yeah, an easement would restrict the use and protect the town's interest in the drainage.
Mr. Cohen?
So you referenced that this was part of a subdivision many years ago, and there was drainage set up for that purpose. Not really. It just kind of became a drainage area, but you mentioned that it might have.
When the roadway was accepted, I believe, I forget when the street acceptance was done, but I believe it was in the early 60s. They defined a drainage easement going across that property.
Okay.
I forget the exact width, but it was relatively narrow. However, the actual low point in the road is a little bit further down, and it goes to the low point inside the parcel and encompasses a decent majority of it, kind of right in the middle.
Okay.
So the abutter to the right is the one that was interested, so there's a little bit of a sliver there that, could serve them well if they're still interested.
Okay.
That would be outside the easement area.
So you mentioned that it was identified as a park initially when it was a subdivision.
I believe so.
So was there any title work done on something like this? So if we're going to convey it, we don't create any clouds on the title or some imperfection, that we can easily convey this without encroaching on some other covenants that might exist in that little subdivision if it was thought of to be a park. I've seen that happen before in subdivisions where they approve a subdivision and they identify a park area and it never really gets developed. So I just wanted to make sure that a little bit of due diligence was done, that obviously, if you do encounter it, it will require you to respond to it.
So I would feel that the work was done prior to the foreclosure. So a lot of times, now this was taken by land of low value, so it didn't go through the tax taking process. So that one is typically done through the Department of Revenue, where if we do a tax taking, it's going through the land court. And then they, they're doing all the research, and they would not allow the property to
There
be
you go.
foreclosed upon.
Okay, they're your canary in the coal mine. Okay, got it.
Yeah, that was gonna be my question. When something's designated as a park, why isn't it ever, yeah, please.
Thank you very much. Patrick Farrar, Planning and Conservation staff. Also tonight, I'm here representing the Open Space Committee. Typically what happens is when a subdivision is created, it goes through the planning board process. The planning board issues a permit along with conditions. With these subdivisions, especially these old ones, where there is common area or a park is created, an open space, that decision lasts for about 30 years. I don't know the date of the foreclosure on this property. 1965. Year I was born. So, I just aged myself. Oh, boy. So the thing is with that decision, if it was a planning board decision and it was a condition of that subdivision, it would be null and void after 30 years.
Thank you. Any other questions for the board? Mr. Canty?
I see that there's, on the routing sheet, there's indication of a desire by planning and conservation to keep it as a park for the neighborhood. But at least the aerial shot makes it look like it's just a small wooded lot. So it's not much of a park, but are there any park-like features? Is it just an area where people can walk and all I can see is trees?
So it was considered a small common area for that subdivision, for those local residents to enjoy.
Yep.
And I don't want to get ahead of myself because the Open Space Committee will be conducting a presentation before this board to talk about this exact thing, which is a concept, an initiative we're calling pocket parks.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm here tonight for a different property. When we get to it, I'll speak to that. When you take a look at that routing sheet, I believe Planning and Conservation, i.e. myself, signed off saying, let's keep it as a park.
Mm-hmm.
I believe the Open Space Committee said no interest. Is that true?
Yes, it is.
Right. So there you go. Staff made comments. The Open Space Committee rendered a finding and decision, or at least a recommendation to the town treasurer of where they wanted to see that, since there was no interest from the committee. And, minds change, things evolve. so.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Board's pleasure.
I'll make a motion that we auction it, subject to an easement for drainage purposes.
I'll second that.
Motion by Mr. Canty, second by Ms. Iaquinto. Discussion? Mr. Cohan?
I'm going to take the recommendation of the planning and staff and conservation as a park, keeping it as a park.
Mr. Canty?
I will vote yes.
Ms. Iaquinto?
I will also vote yes.
And I will vote no to keep it as a park.
Well, we should make a We haven't made a decision then. Do we want to make a motion to retain it for municipal purposes? Including, which could
If you
include.
include the park, yeah, because I think that's important.
Well, I'll make a motion to retain it for municipal purposes, specifically drainage and a park.
I'll second that.
Motion by Mr. Canty, second by Ms. Iaquinto. Ms. Iaquinto.
Yes.
Mr. Canty.
Yes.
Mr. Cohan.
Yes.
And myself, yes, unanimous.
Okay, thank you. Second property is tax title number 1838, map 56, lot 16 for 79 Herring Pond Road. There was some interest from engineering, so I will let Rick speak to that.
Good evening, Rick Bossy, Town Engineer. This was a small piece of land next to an adjacent low point on Heron Pond Road. First intention was to keep it for future drainage purposes. Patty let me know that the abutting property was looking to purchase it. The area does not provide a potential, say, low point or depression that would save the town money in a drainage aspect. It's just there if we wanted to try to put some leaching structures off the side of the road, and it's nothing that's in the immediate future. So we were okay with letting it go and be sold for whatever purpose the people would like to purchase it for. So.
Mr. Canty?
I noticed that there's a notation that there's a possible encroachment from the abutting property.
Just looking at the aerial photos, it looks like that they could have been already moving into that property a little bit.
With the structure?
I don't think with the house, no. I think it was just more clear cutting in the backyard there.
Oh, okay.
And it's a relatively small area, and we have to maintain certain distances from people's wells, so even if we did have it, we might not be able to put something there to keep 100-foot separation from a drainage structure to a well. So it was more of just if we could keep it, great. If not, it's not that big of a deal.
What do you think would be better, keeping it or selling it to the abutter?
I mean,
For drainage.
without doing a whole analysis on it to see if you could fit something there, I'd assume just sell it to the abutter.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Wish of the board?
No, I was going to make a motion. I make a motion that we auction this piece of property.
Second?
Motion by Ms. Iaquinto, second by Mr. Canty. Discussion? Ms. Iaquinto?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
And myself, yes, unanimous.
Thank you.
Sold.
Next on the list is tax title number 5499, map 107, lot 37, 130 Esther Road. The comment from the department was from public health to keep for drainage. That was a comment.
In the packet that was provided, there is also, Haley Stevenson, Assistant Treasurer. In the packet that is provided, there's also a routing sheet from one of the prior times that it went around to the departments, and there's some additional explanation on what the department meant by drainage for that.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Mr. Canty?
So, looking at these two routing sheets, there's one from 2018.
Yes.
And then there's with some level of interest in other areas, and then there's like, for example, in 2018, open space was interested in pond front open space. But now, in 2020, looks like 2024, they are not interested?
Yes.
Okay.
I included the older routing sheet just because of the explanation from public health was on there.
Okay.
Patrick, if you want to speak on that one.
It's fine.
Come on up.
Thank you very
You're
much.
welcome.
So while there is some pond frontage, and on the 1,000-foot level, it looks like this would be a really nice property to retain for open space. There's a major amount of encroachment. If you can see in the 2018 routing sheet, I actually paid a visit to that site, and it would be an absolute maintenance nightmare. So let it go, be as it may. My recommendation.
Thank you. Ms. Iaquinto?
Make a motion that we auction this property.
One sec, please. Bill has, that's okay.
I had a question. What could happen to this property if it gets auctioned off? Could we see a larger level of development on this pond? Because right now, this pond is suffering from cyanobacteria. We've had a lot of health. There's a clear pond has been struggling in the last 2 years. I think it's been closed. So what could happen here? Could it be joined to another property to see a higher level of activity on the site?
Those are all great questions. So if you remember, for many years, there was an unwritten practice that any tax title property that would go to auction, there would be a deed restriction for no primary structure. And then, I don't remember how long ago it was, but it was a year or two ago, this board brought that concept back up and actually voted to create a policy. You voted on a policy that there would be, at least for the time being, no primary structure built for any tax title property that went to auction. That's not to say that if there was a piece of property, and we've seen this, I came before you and went to town meeting about a year and a half ago for 3 properties for affordable housing. A different conversation. We're talking about it goes to an auction, and then at that auction, a builder could not, or developer couldn't come and just build a single-family home or any primary residence. However, to answer your question, what will become of that property? If the abutter is looking to purchase it to enhance their property, they have certain property rights to do as needed. Having said that, it is within, a lot of that property is within the 100-foot conservation jurisdiction, and they would be subject to the Wetlands Protection Act and the bylaw.
I understand the policy that the town pursued for many years in terms of those desires, or maybe an affordable unit if it was suitable for affordable. I'd be comfortable, my reservation is, I'd be comfortable with the covenants that it's not built on, because I think that it's a direct pond frontage, that it could be conveyed, but you couldn't put a building on it because this pond is under a lot of stress. I'd be comfortable doing something like that if you guys want to auction it off, but have covenants that you can't build on it.
So we could work with the tax title attorneys to incorporate a deed restriction.
I mean, is that okay with the board?
It's okay with me, either that or keep it. I don't have to worry about nothing.
Okay,
I mean,
so I'd be,
that's,
I'd be okay selling it, but I just want to make the covenants that we don't put more structures on the site that could add to the dilemma there in the pond.
So are we guaranteed if the board voted that restriction that there'd be no buildings on there now, in 20 years from now?
We can incorporate that into the deed.
Okay, thank you. As we get with all these policies, I don't know which policy we're looking at,
Well, I know with the policy, when we brought that, it was kind of what we were doing because all properties were deed restricted as unbuildable. And I think we were taking another look at that to kind of ease up a little bit on it. So if somebody wanted to, have a shed or a pool or, but I think my understanding is it would still have to go through like the zoning board of appeals, and have them take a look at it before anything was allowed.
So I'll make a motion to approve. Deb has already, I'd have to make an amendment to her motion.
She withdrew it, I believe.
Okay.
Did you, Ms. Iaquinto? Yes, okay. Mr. Cohan,
I will make the motion to auction 130 Esther Road with the restriction of covenants for no bills.
Second.
discussion. Mrs. Iaquinto,
Yes.
Mr. Canty,
Yeah.
Mr. Cohan,
Yes.
and myself, yes, unanimous.
Thank you. Next property up on the list is tax title number 5722, map 96, lot 19-16, 51 Macasia Avenue. The departments that showed interest in retaining was open space, planning, and conservation. Patrick, did you have anything? It's the 51 Macasia Ave.
This one on the pond also?
This is not.
Okay.
Excuse me. Yes, it is. It's off Little Macasia Pond. There was interest in keeping it as open space, then looking at it as a small common area. The slope is very steep. Could never build on it. Topography's very difficult to even walk through. So I think although the rounding sheet does say keep as open space, there is natural heritage there, not conducive for a pocket park, as you will learn soon enough. But for a natural open space, it would be great, because every little bit of greenery, especially in a densely developed area, is a positive thing.
Questions from the board? Mr. Cohan and Mr. Canty?
I guess I'm going to defer to the Open Space Committee and the Conservation Commission and planning, because again, this is a waterfront property. Yes, the topography is not going to lead to any building, but any green space that we can use to buffer a wetlands or a water resource, I think it's something that we should be considering. So I would decline to support such an auction.
Mr. Canty?
So I am inclined to keep it for the open space purposes cited as well, but I do see on the routing sheet, it looks like Affordable Housing Trust. It says referred. What does that mean?
I don't know.
Mr. Farah?
I may have a comment to that. So the Affordable Housing Trust, on paper, was interested because there were other properties near the Macasia Pond, Gulf Colchester, and so on, that actually went through town meeting for affordable housing, small lots, but still potentially buildable lots. Until staff went out there and noticed that it was a semi-cliff. Like, well, it's going to be either you build a house on stilts or you're not going to build. It would be very difficult. There'll be a lot of cuts and fills. So that's where it stayed with the Affordable Housing Trust.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick.
Any other questions? So I'm assuming it's not a buildable lot. I mean, even if it was, I wouldn't support it because we know we have issues on these ponds, and to add to those issues doesn't make sense at all at the moment. So, pleasure of the board. Mr. Canty?
I'll make a motion to retain it for municipal use, specifically open space.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Canty, second by Ms. Iaquinto. Discussion?
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Ms. Iaquinto?
Yes.
And myself, yes.
Okay, thank you. Next tax title number is 6455, map 104, lot 17P, Pawtuxet Acres, and I know this is the property that Patrick would like to speak on.
Thank you, Patty. All right, so this is a 1.8 acre lot, West Plymouth, off of, what is it? Dartmouth Road. And this is actually, we're looking, so I was speaking on behalf of the Open Space Committee. The committee is looking at starting a pilot program at looking at Pocket Park initiative. And this is the property. So I don't want to divulge too much information tonight because there is a full presentation to talk about this property. Not only would this be an excellent candidate for a pocket park, but it also has some historic significance, which I didn't know about until we took a site visit. There is an old railroad. Which one?
Did Bill take you on that?
The
that
Derby
tour?
line to Middleborough.
Yeah.
So
Head
out west.
Is that you, Bill?
It's quite interesting when you walk the property and you see this large berm and you walk up the berm and you see this line going through. It's all, forested. Anyway, on behalf of the Open Space Committee, we're requesting that we keep this property, at least for the time being, so you can hear the Pocket Park presentation, hear what the initiatives, a lot of advantages for looking at small green areas within densely populated subdivisions and more urbanized areas or subdivision areas. So that is my recommendation, my
Is to
request.
keep it.
Is to keep this.
Any questions for Mr. Farah? It's pretty vanilla. Oh, Bill has one.
No, I'm glad you brought that up because it is, I'm familiar with the property off Dartmouth Road. You can actually walk onto it. It's a little tiny forest there abutting all these neighbors. So it's definitely a candidate for a pocket park. And then it does have that interesting amenity where you find this berm running through it, which is an old train line to Middleborough called the Derby line. So it's, I grew up with people in this neighborhood, so this little forest was part of their growing up in the neighborhood. So I see it if not for anything other than a neighborhood kid pocket park, so.
Right, we've actually considered, if this Pocket Park initiative does move forward, actually putting up a kiosk, a sign, and having some of the history put onto some plaque or so. It is interesting. Thank you.
You can see that people are already entering the property off Dartmouth Road. People are wandering on the property there. There's a direct access point.
Pleasure of the board. Oh, Mr. Canty?
I grew up in this neighborhood, and we used to use this parcel for various activities, so.
Various.
Yes. What stays in what goes on in the woods. But anyways, I think there's a value, and there's not a lot of, West School is like the closest open area to this neighborhood. West Plymouth Recreation Area, but having something small, there is now a relatively new trail off of Surrey Drive. It's relatively small, but I think this would be a benefit to the area. I don't live there anymore, but for those that do, I think we should keep it for Pocket Park program.
Pleasure of the board.
Make a motion that we retain it as a possible pocket park.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Cohan, second by Mr. Canty. Discussion? Ms. Iaquinto?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
And myself, yes, unanimous.
Thank you. Last property is tax title number 6875, map 121, lot 6-129 for 15 East Wind Drive.
Mr. Farah?
Thank you. So you can see on the routing sheet, which was back in September through November of 2025, it's a small piece, right off of Eastwind Drive. What makes it interesting, I should say, is that it does fall within the Aquifer Protection Zone 2, which is the area of influence, as well as the Area 3, which is areas for significant water body, something like that, for surface water bodies. But it is within the Zone 2. And that's where you could see the Open Space Committee said keep for aquifer protection, as well as planning and conservation. Thank you.
Any questions or comments? Mr. Canty?
It looks like there's a note here from affordable housing, or at least about affordable housing, but it's unclear if it was someone else asking about affordable housing or if it was Affordable Housing Trust weighing in. Do you have any insight as to that?
Well, it appears that on planning, it said that potential for affordable housing. I'm not sure if the Affordable Housing Trust has performed any additional due diligence
Yep.
and research on this.
Okay.
Mr. Cohen?
I think it should be retained until we fully exercise the possibilities for affordable housing for this one. But at the same time, balance that with the water aquifer map that we're seeing where the property passes through. So I think we should retain it for now, see what affordable housing and ask for some greater clarification on this Zone 2 map that we're looking at and water for water for protection.
Comments from the board? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
Make a motion to retain it for aquifer protection.
Second.
Motion. Okay, motion by Mr. Canty, second by Ms. Iaquinto. Discussion? Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Ms. Iaquinto?
Yes.
And myself, yes, unanimous.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all.
Just a couple more things. So for whatever properties that you've agreed to move forward with an auction and in accordance with Mass General Laws, Chapter 60, Section 77B, I ask the board to appoint me as treasurer, custodian of the tax possession properties so that we may proceed with an auction.
Do I have a motion?
Well, isn't that what we did in admin note 3?
Well, that's a different set of properties as well. So I did want to just clarify for that too, is
Okay.
just to make sure that all properties, I've been appointed custodian. And then I just want to make a note for the properties that we are going to retain, that the designated departments that we're conveying those properties to, that we do record a deed with the registry of deeds as well.
Absolutely.
Correct. Yes.
So, that being said,
So I'll make a motion to appoint Patricia Meechan, treasurer collector, as the custodian of the tax possession properties that we have decided to auction.
and,
Do you want, will we?
well, did you want us to also say in, to have these recorded at the registry deeds by the proper department, something like that?
Yes.
Okay, we can do that as one. And to have the relevant departments record deeds for the ones that we chose to retain for their designated purposes.
Okay. Thank you.
Through the town deeds?
Through
The
town
Plymouth
meeting.
count.
Through town meeting, thank you.
Because it'll be a conveyance.
Okay. My eyes
And then
are-
furthermore, to have the deed recorded at the Plymouth County Registry of Deeds.
Right.
I know that we've had some issues with some of those properties in the past, so I just want to make sure going forward we address that.
Very good. So I have a motion, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Motion by Mr. Canty, second by Ms. Iaquinto. Discussion? Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Ms. Iaquinto?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for waiting around. Late at night.
Hey,
Stop. I can't stop.
I'm only kidding. Conceptual renderings of the town square resiliency plans and downtown resiliency plan update. Mr. Gold and Mr. Cahill.
Good evening. For the record, David Gould, Director of Energy and Environment. Before I turn the presentation over to Mr. Cahill, I just wanted to open up with a few caveats as you review the presentation that he's going to provide. I just want everyone, the board and anyone watching to realize that these are just conceptual designs. These are not thoroughly completed designs. They haven't been properly vetted yet. And so some of those caveats that I want to let you know is, and Mike will go through some of these, there is a monument on the site from the United American Indians of New England. We'll show a design where that's been moved while we've reached out to them and had conversations with their attorney. We don't have concurrence on that. You'll see some of the slope issues. There's a lot of steep grades and slope issues. And so those get into things like accessibility. So we haven't gone far enough in design to address all those issues yet. So if you have questions in those regards, we're probably not going to be able to answer those yet. We haven't done the historic and archaeological investigation of the subsurface utilities. So I just want folks to understand that. And then the last caveat would be that obviously one of the things we would like to do in a project like this is offset the cost of the community, which means we'll be looking for grant funds. The grant funds are primarily based on municipal vulnerability preparedness grant money. So that's going to have things like stormwater treatment, stormwater recharge, impervious areas, public shade trees, cooling down of pavement areas with new canopy for trees. So you're going to see those, and those things, while some folks may not like those are critical to actually bringing in the necessary grant funding to actually implement a project like this. And so just keep all of that in mind as you're reviewing these conceptual designs. On a little bit more positive note, I think you'll be impressed with some of the conceptual renderings. We've been working with a company called GPI. You'll see the renderings. They're really impressive, in my opinion. They're from a very talented landscape architect who also happens to be a Plymouth resident, Julie Goodwin, and I think she's done some amazing work for us. So with that, I will turn it over to Mike, and he can go through the presentation, and then upon completion, we'll try to answer any questions if we have the necessary information to answer those.
Thank you and good evening. Michael Cahill, Climate Resiliency and Sustainability Planner. Like Director Gould mentioned, I'll try to go through these quickly. I know we're running a little bit late, so I will try to be as quick as possible. Downtown Resiliency Project, I think this is a project that everyone's aware of. This is reimagining 3,000 linear feet in the downtown area from Main Street Extension to Samoset Street. Based on timeline concerns and funding availability in terms of grant funding, we elected to break this project into two phases. Phase 1 covers Main Street Extension Corridor, Shirley Square, and Depot Square. Phase 2, which is what we're going to talk about tonight, covers the Courthouse Green, Town Square, and the Main Street Extension parking lot. I think it's important to kind of start off by saying, anytime that you're working in one of the oldest communities in the nation, there are inherent challenges in balancing trade-offs between sustainability and historic character. Through this design, we've really taken the priority of balancing those two. Through our initial historic assessments, it became very clear, though, that this area was once lined with trees and permeable surfaces, which is directly in line with the goals that we're trying to achieve within this project. So this first photo that I'm going to show is a drawing from 1812. I think it's important to note these four main trees that were in this area. And this site stays relatively similar in terms of layout until the 1890s or so, when the church was reconstructed. Additionally, at one point in time, trees began to come down, and this last elm eventually came down in a storm in 1954 and was never replanted after that point. It wasn't until the 1960s that the new layout was incorporated, which divided the roadway here and incorporated this center island. And this is kind of where we are right now. It hasn't changed too much since that point in time. Like Director Gould mentioned, there are some slope challenges within this project. So in terms of ADA compliance and their recommendations, additionally, PROWAG, which is the public right-of-way and accessibility guidelines, max slope of a walkway is 5%, a rampway being 8.3%. The average slope on Town Square is 11%. So there are some major grade challenges. In previous presentations, we looked at the work that was conducted. I believe this was in 2020 that looked at layouts for Town Square. This was completed by Beta. Through that process, they put together these conceptual renderings, and they did not take into account the slope. I don't think they got to that point in their analysis to begin baking in slope. As you can see, this proposal incorporated tents and an open market. If those tents were put on the slope that's currently there, there would be about a 15-inch grade difference between this left foot and the right footing on the tents. This is a photo from 1940 to kind of convey exactly how steep and how uncomfortable that area would be to stand. Directly in front of the church here, I believe the grade is around 11%. So we are able to do some things, but there are definitely some constraints with the slope. So like I mentioned, there are 2 trees that are currently existing on site in that center median. The entire site is covered with impervious surfaces. Through this design, we're confident that we can incorporate 11 street trees total, bringing us 9 additional trees. Additionally, these gray areas are pervious surfaces in the form of cobble and improved walkways and access through this site. So what I'll do is I'll bring us around the location, give you an overview of the renderings, and then from there I'll get into timeline. So what we're proposing here is that I believe there are 4 trees in this location, raised flower bed, like I said, improved crosswalks and roadways here, and these is where those permeable pavers are to strategically catch and treat stormwater. And then moving back around. The way that this area is set up with the Mayflower Meeting House is the road directly abuts that. Within this proposal, we're proposing a division with some bollards here and an improved crosswalk this way as well to allow the flow of traffic to move a little bit better through this area. Once again, these are all pervious surfaces that we're incorporating in the form of pavers. This is looking directly across at the 1749 Courthouse. Within this proposal, 4 additional trees in this location, native grasses and vegetations through this area, and pervious pavers here as well. And then in this location, once again, improved access up to this building here, redone surfaces, pavers again along this sideway, and flower beds with native vegetation. And then this final photo here showing from the front, this is what we envision the project could look like at the end. As we mentioned earlier, Downtown Resiliency, we're seeking phase 2 design funding at Springtown meeting coming up. The total to bring this project to final design is an additional $175,000. We've been able to secure $60,400 from a CPC article from 2019, which we're using for Town Square design, which allowed us to begin work on this project. And then our request at Springtown meeting is for $115,249. So like I mentioned, the project has been phased up into 2 distinct phases, and I apologize for the wordiness of this slide. This basically gives a timeline of phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 1, last week we just submitted our MVP application for $3 million for phase 1 construction. The next step, if we are successful in the application, we will go to Fall Town Meeting 2026 for matching construction funds. If we're successful with both of those requests, then we would be able to kick off construction for phase one in October or November in the fall of 2026. Construction would be complete after a 2-year window in the spring of 2028. We would submit another MVP application for phase two, so for Town Square, Courthouse Green, and Main Street Extension parking lot in the spring of 2028. Once again, if we are successful with that funding, we would go back to town meeting for additional matching funds. At that point, we would be able to begin construction on this phase in fall of 2028. They would wrap up in spring of 2030. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions anyone might have.
Any questions for Mr. Cahill? Mr. Cohen?
Thank you very much, Michael. That's very helpful to see the thought process that has gone into looking at the town square. I can't emphasize this enough. It is probably the most historical longitude and latitude in North America. This is where, yes, we have the Mayflower, we have the Rock, but this is square. This town square is where historical events that can be documented. The meeting of Squanto, where he comes into the town square and he says, "Welcome, Englishmen." So we know that these events happen in this vicinity. We have a meeting house. We have the 1749 courthouse that goes back and dates to a public house doing public business as early as the 1657. So there's a lot of history in this location, and I see how much you've gone to great extents to incorporate some of those components. The thing that I'm most interested in is as the 1960s urban renewal effort in our town square kind of robbed the town square of its original meeting space in a place that you'd gather at. So reintroducing historically sensitive materials for the surface areas is something that we worked on as a community back in 2017 and 18, and eventually an article went to town meeting for 2019 looking for the money to design something to engineering specs. So that $60,000 that's left over is left over from that original plan when you make note of grades not being incorporated in the beta plan. They were to be incorporated in the beta plan with that amount of money. The pandemic hit, and obviously in 2020 there was a reconsideration of what the priorities were. So I'm glad to see this is being rebooted. I'm glad you're looking at the surface materials and breaking up the impervious materials of tar and cement and reintroducing materials that we know the site would have had over a period of time: the cobble, the brick, the granite, the bollards. We see them in the photographs. I do make note of one thing: the trees. There, 4 trees that flanked the town square in the 1812 picture.
Yep.
You can see on the second slide. These trees all had a kind of stories written about them. The first one, the one on the right, was the tree that was identified by an active town meeting as the public tree, where they posted the warrant. So today we posted on the internet, we have it online, and you can download different documents, but at that time that was a tree that had significance. And the other trees around town square had significance. They came down at different times. The last one, you're right, in 54, I think it was Hurricane Carol. And I'm glad they're bringing the trees back. But there was things I've read about the trees in town square. The 4 trees that were located there was symbolic to some other understandings of how the native people would meet under 4 trees. So it was interesting why our town square was flanked by 4 trees for so long. I see that you have numerous trees, considered for this location. And obviously, we want to gravitate towards the changing climate conditions in introducing these trees to gain more shade. But it's something I just note. I'm not saying that we stay with 4 trees. I think that the idea is to create a level of shade in our downtown for a lot of different reasons. I think we have to move to that area. But I'm very specifically interested in the surface areas and the materials. And as you move forward on this, as you indicated, Mr. Gould indicated that this is kind of the stage you're in now. I hope that as we start to move through that time frame that you have, that there is an opportunity to have some public meetings with the historical community about how best to approach this in terms of the surface area materials. But this is very impressive. I like the time frame. I like the costs that you're trying to address. My one recommendation at this point is make sure that we reach out to the community to get some input from the historical community relevant to our town square. Like I began this discussion, it's probably one of our most significant historical longitudes and latitudes in our community where we can point to these historical events. So anything we can bring back the condition that it's more pleasant to visit is only going to help the buildings in the square. So I just want to commend you on your effort and look forward to seeing the next phase. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? I know you ain't ready for this one, but with the trees, do we have an idea what the costs might be for a tree? And you know why I'm asking the question? Because people ask all the time to put memorials of their family members. We have a committee, and people may want to donate, it would only help you, your cause, I think, so.
We're not there yet. It would depend on the size of the tree, species of
Right,
the tree, and maturity that
exactly.
we'll putting in there. Those are all things that we'll identify as we get a little bit further into the design.
Okay, do you have plans for irrigation, or will that come later on?
Yeah, so
I know it's a tough subject, but I know Bill probably knows the guy that used to water the flowers, so.
yeah, so as part of this project, what we're trying to do is put in some natural irrigation. Like
Okay.
Director Gould mentioned, we're very, very early in the design, so we're
Okay.
trying to incorporate everything that we can. Similar to kind of our discussions around the courthouse green, we would love to be able to capture stormwater and use it to feed the vegetation that's in place. But as we get a little bit farther into design, we'll have more information on what we can and can't do at the site.
Okay, Mr. Iaquinto, and then Mr. Canty?
Mike, this looks amazing. I always love when you guys come in and show and tell. It's really very inspirational to see what your vision is for these various parts of town. I'm just curious about the MVP grant. When will you hear if we're successful in that this year?
So when we hear, I'm not exactly sure. I would anticipate probably two months from now. Funding would be available at the end of June, the beginning of the next fiscal year. So depending on how many applications they get, how much it takes to kind of weed through those, I would anticipate we would have some sense back in 2 to 3 months from now.
And this is the one that we missed out on last year, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, sadly. Do we feel like we're in a better position this year to be viewed more favorably?
I think we made a very strong case. I would say the same thing last year. With the amount of federal funding going away, competitiveness on the state level has only increased. So I think last year there were quite a few good projects that kind of been in the queue for a while that eventually got funding. So I'm hopeful that with the case that we were able to make, the metrics that we're able to provide in terms of areas that will be benefited and areas that will have resiliency aspects interwoven into them, I'm fairly confident the state will see the merit of the design.
That's great, thank you.
Mr. Canty?
So I've always been a big fan of this particular initiative, Downtown Resiliency. I think that this will enhance this area in a lot of ways. I think the current layout is functional, but not particularly aesthetically pleasing. And I do think it is a bit of a trek, particularly when it is hotter. And with Burial Hill being up there, not just the slope, but just the heat in the downtown can be a deterrent as well.
Sure.
So I think by improving the ambient temperature, you will give people greater access to the existing historical resources and turn it into something that people can use and will want to use in the modern times versus something that right now is a turnaround or a crosswalk for a lot of folks. So I'm very encouraged by this and I look forward to seeing it progress. I hope we do better. in the MVP process than we did last year. But if we don't, I'm sure it's no fault of you or your department, but rather just it's a competitive field, and I'm sure we will try again until we succeed. So thank you.
Certainly.
Any other questions?
Was there any information on training at Courthouse Green, or was that next? Was there, just one final question, the Courthouse Green, there was some reference to under phase 2? Okay. So that's,
I don't have that information with me tonight. So if phase 2 is funded
yep.
at town meeting, the funding in that request will go towards Courthouse Green, Main Street Extension, and finishing off Town Square.
Okay, so we're kind of at a very early stage at the Courthouse Green.
Correct.
Okay, good, because later tonight we were going to talk about that briefly. All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Creation of Facilities Working Group, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you. Again, I want to thank staff for staying so late. I was looking over at the dugout the whole night, and all these people were waiting for us to get to this point of the evening. But I want to thank all the staff that stayed around to answer all our questions late into the evening. I know your day starts early, and here it is. If the McGregor clock was working, we would know it's like a little after 9 now. I had requested this be put on the agenda, and I wanted to have a conversation with my fellow board members about this concept about the facilities operation of the town. And my general focus and interest in the subject matter is, over the years, I've heard many residents talk about how we take care of our buildings, the current condition our buildings are, learning new information at town meeting. Over the last 27 years, you would hear that there are activities associated with the buildings that were requiring town meeting to take action. And we were curious about, the events of the past that led us to a circumstance. We're looking at Memorial Hall again, another component of this idea that we're hearing from enough of our residents that they are concerned about how the town approaches the maintenance of its buildings, that it really takes pause in the facilities process. What I was hoping to gravitate to is the idea of assembling a facilities task force, not a committee, not a working group, but a task force where we would reach out to staff and some of the different departments within Town Hall and the committees that serve those departments to see if we could put together a task force of individuals with a specific charge of looking at how we are currently addressing the maintenance of our buildings and how we might revisit that in the manner of looking at the resources the town has at its disposal, and maybe looking at them and arranging them in a more efficient way. Because you have a building committee and there's people serving on that building committee. There's a procurement office that is working on these issues. We do have the school department. The school department has a facilities operation. I know they have Matt Durkee is their facilities person. Our facilities person is Carl Anderson. And obviously my thought process around this was the idea of putting together a task force of a number of individuals from our building committee, from our procurement office, invite someone from the school side in our facilities operation in DPW and our town manager to look at who might serve in this capacity. But my idea was, again, to give them a specific charge of looking at how we might revisit this. I am curious about, right now, facilities is under the Department of Public Works. I've had this strong thought process focused on the possibility of having it an independent entity. The facilities operation for the town being independent, where it's answering directly to the town manager. Obviously, we as elected officials hear a great deal from our constituents about the concern of how we're looking at our buildings. I think this might be something that should be entertained by the task force about if that was the direction we would go in, what would that look like? Again, the specific charge would be focused around that subject matter, and that we would give them, 5 or 6 months to come back to us with a report. And then from there, we can, as a board, start to make decisions of how we want to respond to this information coming in from this task force looking at our facilities operation. So I'm really curious of what my fellow board members think. Obviously, the staff can kind of give us an indication of where we are right now, but that's why I wanted it on the agenda so we could facilitate this conversation.
Senator Quinto?
Bill, I think this is a really interesting idea and timely, given, all of the issues that we've had with some of our buildings lately, and deferred maintenance and that sort of thing, which is nobody's fault really. But I'm just curious, are you talking about a task force that's going to focus on operations and organization of facilities, or are you suggesting that we have a group of people inventory the maintenance needs of our various buildings? Because those are two very different committees, two very different charges, which could potentially mean two very different types of skills and competencies.
Say that again, your interpretation of it, say that again.
On the one hand, you were talking about operations and organization. On the other hand, you were talking about inventory of the maintenance
Yes,
needs.
okay, good.
That's what I heard in what you said.
It's more of operations. It's a focus on, we've done a number of, and I know the DPW has done this, and different people in the facilities operation have done a number of inventories and assessments and reports on buildings. So I know that that's been going on for a number of years, but I was really focused on having a facilities task force look at how we're currently handling internally the building maintenance facilities operation, and look at what current resources we have at our disposal, and maybe consider what it might look like if it was an independent entity. The facilities operation for the town of Plymouth was independent, answering directly to the town manager rather than a subcomponent of the Department of Public Works. I'd like to know what the working group's thoughts were on that after looking at the resources the town has at its disposal to respond to building maintenance. And the thought would be that we would ask someone from procurement, maybe some people from the building committee. These are different departments that come across these responsibilities, along with staff from the Department of Public Works and facilities, and also getting the feedback from town staff and the town manager on who they think might serve in this capacity for this, to examine this question.
Well, I agree with a lot of your points, but the first question is, where's the money? That's the issue. The town never appropriates a sufficient amount of money to maintain its property. I don't need a committee to tell me that seriously. That's it. And I like your idea, partially without discussion and looking into it, on it being self-standing, if you will. But in that, this town freestanding maintenance, if you will, for the complete town, we can start with, the town side, and, and that's another whole issue. But I think it should come out of the budget before the budgets are even drawn up. So if we got a $331 million to spend, our budget, then if it's 20 million right off the top, or whatever the number might be, I'm just using this as an example, and then let the division begin, because what you're going to do is it's going to happen again. We're going to be going against the school monies, and, and it's taken from the kids or whatever. But that, in my eyes, when I say unity, that's the way I think it should be. If we should make it a town-wide, see if we have support to make it a town-wide maintenance plan, whatever you want to call it. Have your facilities committee, but it should do all town buildings, because in my eyes and all the years I've been around, the town of Plymouth, for the town, and I don't like to say it like this, but it's true. The town side of buildings don't get appropriated the right amount of money. That's the issue, in my eyes. I mean, I've sat in many FinCom meetings and other meetings. They have these people come in with these proposals, $5 million for a roof, $25 million for HIVAC, $45 million for this, and they go in just like this. But the town, we never get appropriated money for our buildings. So, I mean, that's the first two problems I see, is the money. Yes, please.
Well, we've, obviously, the town is trying to do the best to live within the means that it has to operate. And, but at the same time, if we had this entity that could advocate stronger for itself, maybe that might be a way of addressing that issue. We need an advocate for our buildings, someone who's going to be on the front line, that isn't going to be held back in going to town meeting and saying, this is what we have to do. If town meeting decides not to do it, not to fund it, whatever side it might be on, that's just how this process works. But we need a stronger advocate, an entity looking at those conditions. And that's what the charge of this task force would be, to examine how we could better approach how we maintain our buildings and how internally we're doing it currently, and what would it look if it was something that we moved into a category of a higher level of responsibility.
Ms. Iaquinto?
So it sounds like, Bill, you're talking about a reorganization?
I'm talking about a committee examining the possibility, yes.
Of a reorganization?
Yeah. Of the current resources we have, and if we were to look at a different way of doing it with the resources that we currently have. You know, after an examination by the task force and they come back with their findings, they might recommend something different, but it's just to have some people that have been involved in this process over the years to be looking at this opportunity.
I think last time, help me if that we were pretty close on a consolidation with the schools. And that was the focus. The town of Plymouth would, but then it got to be who's going to be in charge, and maybe the committee or whatever can look at that and see, because naturally there's different unions involved and so on and so forth. But that's exactly was my point. Maybe it comes out, you know, just another one, I'm just putting it out there, is HR. HR should be the town of Plymouth HR. I mean, the town's not the little town of Plymouth anymore. I mean, the town is huge and it's growing. I know everyone's blaming me for it, but I really had nothing to do with it. It's really the zoning laws. But, you know, things like this, I think, are going to be crucial moving forward to save jobs or whatever it might be. I mean, you just look at every town around us. We're not going to be bulletproof, you know, and we just got to figure it out and do the best we can. That's the message. But I would personally, I like a lot of your idea, but I think it should be at the forefront. It should be freestanding, but if it's freestanding, it shouldn't be freestanding just for the town side. It should be a facilities maintenance plan for the town of Plymouth. And I'm sure there's enough work for the two directors to work together, and, you know, who gives the orders, I don't know. But the other thing that comes with that will be the funding, because that's the main reason why the town buildings aren't maintained. It takes money. And you saw what happened with it. That's just a parking lot, for an example. Was it 180,000? Well, times are tight, we don't do it. Well, that's exactly how we got to the condition that these buildings are in. And how do you think Memorial Hall got like that? It wasn't because we said, you know what, we ain't gonna touch that. But nobody brought it forward, or when they did, they said, you know what, let's patch it up, let's move along. We send the DPW guys in the winter, put some paint on it, and away we go. That's the story. You know, I mean, that's my opinion. Kevin? Mr. Canty, excuse me.
That's okay. I mean, I think you're both saying the same thing in a lot of ways, because Bill's asking for an advocate for the buildings and you're asking for better supervision of it and follow through on it.
Money.
Yeah, money is part of it, but also, you know, as we've been talking about Memorial Hall, like we got a water intrusion study in 2011 and we didn't do anything with it for 15 years, which isn't a great response to a water intrusion study. And as we just heard last week with, from Doug, you know, there was a buildup of acid, of a compound that could turn into an acid over time that was there long enough that it did turn into an acid. So that's not great. I think that, as I said last week, the current administration is trying to catch up on that historic neglect. I don't think it's the fault.
Right.
I do think it is the fault of someone. It's just not the fault.
I meant no one on the current
Correct.
team.
It's just not the fault of, it's just not the fault of anyone currently doing it. But I think in terms of the funding, I mean, the town is spending money on buildings right now, so is the schools. So, and obviously consolidation has been a recurring topic that has received levels of feedback as it's gone through. I think looking at it and seeing what would be the best practice. Would best practice be consolidation? Would best practice be an independent entity or one nested under DPW? We have people in the community that have experience in this. We have school side facilities, town side facilities. I mean, also the current chair of the FinCom used to do this work for Northeastern University, facilities maintenance for a large nonprofit with facilities for various uses. So I would think he could add a significant amount of value. He's also on the building committee currently as well. And there's other folks on the building committee that could be of value too, as well as perhaps select board and school committee. But those would be, I think, looking at it and looking at what best practices would be a meaningful start. But I see that Mr. Coyle has taken the microphone. Did you have anything you'd like to add?
I would, if you don't mind. Bill Coyle, DPW Director. Thank you. And I think it's a great conversation to have. I can tell you that Carl and I am coming up on 3 years here now, and Carl has been here just over 2, and we're living it, so we see it every day. So I thought maybe I should at least weigh in a little bit. Just as a comparison, because I talked to Carl today, and I said, you know, one of the things that we always do seem to have is a comparison between school and town sites. I said, why don't you reach out to the schools and let's get some data. So just some very quick numbers I thought was interesting. And I work very closely with Matt Durkee and with Keith Malaguti. They do a great job. But just as a reference, the school side has, in their facilities division, has 83 people. DPW, 13. So what we need, and again, it comes to money, is additional staff. Carl is trying to manage these large projects. So he's managing, you know, Memorial Hall. He's looking at, you know, the visitor center, the police station HVAC project. And every day he's getting calls. I need a picture to be hung here. I need, this door has a squeaky handle. So he has one operations manager who's out currently sick. So Carl gets these calls and he's running around, his phone rings off the hook. So what do we need is we need staff. So you can have a task force, but at the end of the day, you need people, for example, in my mind, someone who's been doing facilities for years with 20 years experience, maybe either an architect or a professional structural engineer, someone that has the history of designing projects or going out to bid, understanding the bidding process, because that's a huge part of it. You need to understand procurement laws. So it's not necessarily that and you can certainly look at combining the two departments. I think if the school department's working great, if it's not broke, don't fix it. So I think you have to look at the town side, but at the end of the day, I think you need staff, because that's what it's going to take to get more work done. Our budget, we're about 1 million a year for O&M. School side, 1.8 million. So again, significantly less staff and significantly less budget. So that's the end of the day. You can have a task force look at all this, but I can't imagine they won't come back with that analysis. So that's just wanted to give you my opinion. Thank you.
Mr. Canty?
But having, and I appreciate that, and I think if we were to create such a task force or work group or whatever, they could come with a plan that could be, just like the comprehensive plan we completed had short-term, mid-term, and long-term goals. Because we didn't get into this situation overnight, and we're not going to get out of it overnight either. And there could be things like, this should be, in the near term, we could do this, living within our means, making adjustments. In the medium term, we should work towards this. And then long-term, the end goal should be this. And it's because it would take time to build up a department. It would take time to fund it properly and to streamline operations and to see a meaningful return on investment that could then fuel future reinvestment in facilities maintenance, because it'll be cheaper in the medium and long term to maintain facilities well than it is to constantly repair them when they're in a state of crisis.
Sure, and I don't disagree with you. And in fact, about 6 months ago, in speaking with the town manager, I said, Doug Panard is somebody that I would like to utilize a little bit more and get involved in facilities, just because Kyle cannot do it alone. And I asked Doug if he was able to do that and willing to, and certainly it's more hours, and he is willing to, and he has been assisting, although I will say with Water Street going on, that's been difficult. Once that gets wrapped up, hopefully you can spend more time with the same goal. I said, I want you to go to every building, look at what are the immediate needs, what are the long-term improvements that need to be done, what can we do in-house with our craftsmen, what has to be outsourced. So that's something that Doug and Carl and Gary are going to work on. But certainly, all this takes time. So when they're getting calls, especially Carl and Gary running around, because you can remember, they're working with assigning the custodians every day, the craftsmen, where they need to go, and juggling, the overtime for Memorial Hall, calling out, going through the list to get the overtime assigned. We need coverage at the transfer station. Kyle is calling, I need coverage at the transfer station. So he's stretched thin. So the end result is going to be, you need more people, and the result could be you need some more higher level staff, and you may need more craftsmen, depends on what the analysis comes back with. But it's essentially more people and more money.
Yeah, I can't imagine it would not be more people because the work doesn't do itself.
Right. So whether or not it's an independent department.
Right.
Or other manager level staff that can identify major projects, identify a need to reach out to a consultant, get a request for proposals completed, run through the procurement process, work with the building committee. I mean, all these things really are somebody that at a higher level that has that type of experience. Kyle does it now, he and I do, but again, we're stretched thin, and that's essentially what the town really needs on our side.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that Quinto?
Yeah, I think, I appreciate the position that you guys are in, just kind of like every day probably seems like you're just chasing your tails and not able to make the progress that you want to make. But it does sound like you've got a plan to have a plan.
It's a plan with the staff that we have. Could we use more staff? Of course we could. But we also look at the budget situation the town is in. And to ask for, I need, half a dozen people and X number of people in facilities, other people in different divisions, it's just the timing isn't the best to ask for additional staff. So then it's utilizing your existing staff the best you can, and that's what we're trying to do now.
So I wonder with the task force, I mean, I do like the idea of having some sort of objective look at best practices and just to see, like you said, what can we do with what we have? And if we had a little bit more, what more could we do? But the only thing that I hesitate on is it's really hard to have internal people evaluate an internal group.
Well, it's also, I don't mean this disrespectful, it's hard to have people that don't know what we do.
Correct.
Evaluating us.
Correct. So I come from it from a consulting standpoint because that was my life for so many years. And people would hire us to come in and do work that their staff was perfectly capable of doing. But because it's so important to have objectivity and to have people that have done this before in different, with different organizations, to bring that best practice perspective in as well. So I hesitate a little bit to have a task force of internal people, as competent as they may be, examining one of our departments. That's just my perspective.
Mr. Canty, did you want to say something?
Yes, I do. Well, it occurs to me, again, using an example from the master plan process and that resulted in the comprehensive plan. The master plan committee was formed to select a consultant, to work with that consultant and develop a plan that would then direct implementation. So do we say we wanted to do a combination of what you're saying and what Ms. Iaquinto is saying, and have a task force that then part of their charge is getting a consultant to do an analysis of best practices, and then they'd have the benefit of staff and experience to talk about what's happening, but also all the experience that they'd bring in from the outside. And then they could release like a facilities maintenance comprehensive plan. And then that could be tiered towards, this is the best practice, this is how you can live within those means, this is how you can implement it. And it could also highlight, one of the things the master plan did was like existing conditions. So one of the things that we hear constantly on the board, and when we're running for seats on the board, we hear about the fact that the town's facilities are, there's always one that's in dire need of some type of repair. And you could talk about the existing conditions being, without this investment, this is what we're constantly dealing with. And if we had this level of investment in the future, the short, medium, and long term, then we could not go from crisis to crisis and instead focus on day-to-day operations and making improvements rather than crisis management. Do you think that that would have any value?
I don't disagree that it could have a value. My own thoughts are that what we need probably more immediately, if I was going to hire a consultant, would be to hire a consultant to evaluate the needs that what the needs are currently. And maybe even saying, whether or not this roof needs to be done, these windows need to be done. Identify all that so we can have an actual project. Because for me, I'd hate to come out of it with somebody telling us that we need to put in, $5 million a year to maintain our buildings, and here's all the things that need to be done. I'd rather have a plan that says the roof over at the Water Street, the water department needs to be replaced. And we could work on, this is gonna be 2 million, and we can identify certain projects, and maybe from that point on, we can even go to the next step, that they prepare the proposals, so we can get those out to bid and identify them. And even Memorial Hall, we have that still to work with.
Right.
So, for me, and maybe, long-term, looking at 20 years down the road, maybe we're better off having that master plan, and maybe you do both. But I see the immediate need would be more so having somebody, a consultant, because yes, we have the time? We really don't. And right now, we are putting out fires,
Right.
we're doing triage.
Yeah.
And until you finish with triage, you can't go to start just trying to help your patients. So.
Right.
We gotta get out of triage.
Right, you're treading water, you're not moving forward. Right.
So for me, if we were to spend money, maybe you do both. The task force, I don't think it's a bad idea. I mean, you can look at best practices, but I don't necessarily think you need a task force to do that. I think you can call around the different communities and find out what works, what doesn't work. It's not, other towns have done this and see what's successful. I mean, we have professionals within town that can do that. So I hate to see too much time spent doing that, but certainly open to anything that you decide you want to do.
Bill, you want to go? Go ahead, Deb.
So it sounds like a roadmap would be really helpful. So, just like you said, current state and, what you what you need to do, what you guys are trying to do in between putting out your fires, the inventory that you described that you were trying to put together. So if we had someone, an outside person that could dedicate their time to building out that, they'd almost become like an extension of staff in that regard, because they'd be doing something that you just don't have the manpower, the person power to do.
Yeah, I equate it similar to the beta report that was done. I mean, I'm sure that was a very costly analysis to have done. That report we use as a guide. And that came back with, what, $10 million or $8.5 million per year needed to be invested in the roads. And I think when that report was first done, the town was not in any position to put those types of funds towards the road. So you may come back with the same type of report. So then what do you do with that? If they say you go to invest $6 million or $10 million a year. So again, there's a lot of great discussions, things to think about. Again, for me, primarily, more staff and maybe a consultant to evaluate the condition of our buildings now and what the immediate needs are. But and certainly a task force, if that's one of your ideas.
So this is helpful, hearing your explanation, but I have been present at previous directors of public works from town meeting, from other experiences explaining the condition. What you're telling me is the same thing I've heard for many, many years.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to do something different. We have to kind of, before we start spending any more money that we don't have, that why not form a task force of people made up of, and I don't want to have, it's not about having staff look at the situation as you indicated, that you have staff looking at staff in terms of how this is done. You had a reservation about this idea of staff looking at it, but this was about trying to work with the different departments that exist to find out how things are handled now. And looking at some of the people in our community that might be able to offer some insight, people on the building committee, people at large that might have these talents that Mr. Canty just indicated, that could just look at the question about how we are currently operating our facilities operation for the town of Plymouth and what it might look like if it was an independent entity, before we start spending money with consultants or further beta plans that looked at inventory and gave us, there's been a number of plans that we have done. Obviously, that's information is very helpful, and it will be available to the working group. But I think at this point that we need to try something different when it comes to the care and the maintenance of our buildings, and we should consider forming this facilities task force to examine that circumstance of how we taking care of our buildings currently, what it would look like if it was an independent entity, before we start embarking on hiring a consultant. I think we need to do some self-examination so that if in the future we need to hire a consultant, we know what that consultant would be hired for to address the issue. I was just trying to get the ball moving in a direction where we as a town were looking at this differently, but looking at it cost efficiently. What do we have currently for employees working on this issue, and what it might look like if it was something that had its own entity? And I'm careful around the school. The school has obviously done a pretty, they've done a commendable job. They have something that we can learn from. But before we start making major decisions, I just thought that the first charge is to form a task force to look at this question about how we're currently taking care of our buildings, how we might consider an independent entity and what that might entail. That's kind of where I was gravitating to before we start getting into a larger conversation about costs that are associated with some further examination or inventory.
Mr. Canty?
Well, we could we wouldn't have to per se raise and appropriate or use free cash for that. We have a facilities maintenance stabilization fund that we could if we wanted to hire a consultant as part of the process.
Right.
It wouldn't be general tax revenue to do that. And then we could have the internal examination as well as the external data that Ms. Iaquinto is talking about. And you'd have a more comprehensive solution quicker, because, you know, we've been talking about facilities. It's always been in the top 3 priorities since the sewer exploded, you know, a decade ago. Now it's Memorial Hall. Other times it's been different structures, but it's never dropped out of those top 3 issues people had in town. So I agree we need to do something different, but I would like to do something more comprehensively different and get the ball rolling more meaningfully, like sooner rather than later, because it's only costing us more money to let it get worse as it lingers unaddressed or underaddressed.
So building on that, my thought process there would be to form a facilities task force to examine how that would look. So that we should be gravitating to this internal examination to help guide us in where we go with that final direction that we might go in terms of hiring a consultant. But I think there needs to be a point of time where we just self-examine the situation so we're better able to ask the question. And that was my thought process, that this wasn't a committee that was going to be there indefinitely. This was a task force given a charge to come back to us in 4 to 5 to 6 months and tell us, what their recommendations are. And we can take that under advisement. They can look at the question more in greater detail and come back to us with their recommendations.
Ms. Iaquinto?
But I do, Bill, I totally get what you're saying, and I'm trying to think of a way that maybe we can have parallel paths here, because what I'm hearing is that from Bill and Carl is a tremendous sense of urgency. They're just running around putting out fires when the buildings are kind of falling apart around us. So what I heard Bill say is that some sort of an inventory would be extraordinarily helpful for them to understand what we're dealing with. And I would think that that kind of an inventory would be very helpful for a task force to look at and say, wow, this is the current state of our buildings. How can we attack this in a much more efficient way? So to me, it feels like, the inventory would be beneficial on many fronts, and would also be something that we would be able to get done more quickly. If the task force is taking 5 to 6 months to come back to us with recommendations, this could be done.
Well, it has been done. The town has done inventory studies in the past. We've funded them at town meeting. They were compiled under other facilities directors, and staff has indicated that they're using it. But no, I don't want to delay. This was not designed to get in the way of doing anything. This was designed to examine how we're doing things and how we might consider doing things in the future, and what questions we should be asking around this subject matter. So I'm prepared to ask for, I don't know when I'm going to get this back on the agenda. So I feel like I have to make some progress when it comes to the idea of a facilities task force. I'm prepared to, call for a motion to create a facilities task force made up of 2 people appointed by the town manager, 2 people from the building committee, 1 person from staff identified by the DPW, 1 person from the school's facility side, and 2 residents at large to begin the process of examining, how we are currently taking care of our buildings and what an independent entity might look like. I think that would facilitate these questions that have been brought up by my fellow board members about, what direction we actually go in.
Mr. Canty?
So before we act on the motion, I just have a question. So we had, I remember from my time on FinCom, there was a Dude Solutions report that had an inventory of outstanding issues in the community, and that served as a basis for a preliminary work order, for lack of a better term, of how to approach it. Does that report still exist? How current is it? Is it What is the status of that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Canty. I just wanted to thank the board first for introducing this topic. I think it is an important initiative, and I think facilities should be examined in greater detail. To that end, we have established at the start of the year an internal monthly meeting comprised of myself, the procurement chief, the assistant DPW director, Mike Cahill, Mr. Gould, the finance director, town manager, and Mr. Doug Bernard. So we met monthly for the past few months to discuss these types of issues that we're having to advance projects as needed. You know, where are the holdups and what can we identify to push some things forward, or have we found anything in the interim in between these projects that we need to act on more quickly? So we are doing that. I don't think we'd call it a working group, but we are meeting monthly at this point to address some of the issues in the facilities division. To answer your question, Mr. Canty, we still have that information. However, we no longer have that subscription to Dude Solutions. It was found to be informational but ineffective in the fact that we were not using it, and it was at a cost of $35,000 annually for the subscription. It was not, we were not getting the use out of it to justify the cost at that point. So we did cancel that subscription, although we do have access to the data that it provided. And one of those things was a capital forecast, which really just, it didn't think. There was no thought put into it in the sense that it just recommended things due to either time or per the schedule. So it would recommend things like a generator oil change for a generator that doesn't need it. It would recommend, replacing floors and ceilings in a building that didn't need it. It was just based on, age. So there wasn't much use. We weren't using it effectively.
So it's just like a generalized maintenance plan with no real world conditions being considered?
Yes, correct. And I believe that those systems exist. I believe there are tremendous commercial maintenance capabilities, but that was not one of them.
Okay, so it was kind of like an owner's manual for your car. You should get this replaced after this many miles. You should,
in a sense,
do this at that. Okay. Bill, what was your motion?
So my motion was to appoint a facilities task force with the charge to examine how we're taking care of our current buildings and what it might look like if we were to have an independent department looking at our facilities operation rather than a subcomponent of the DPW, an independent entity. I think that question to them and them coming back to us with input would give us some insight. I would only make that charge for the next 4 months. There would be a task force for 4 months, and it would be made up of 2 people appointed by the town manager, 2 people from the building committee, 1 person from DPW, 1 person from the school side of the facilities operation, and 2 people from the community at large. So that's what the task force was made up of. That's what it be constituted of, and then we would give them until the first week of August to come back with a report about what their recommendations might be. That's just around the time the warrant is scheduled to open in July and close the second week of August.
Yeah, the warrant closes, the second week of August?
Yeah, so have them the first week of August, let us know what their thoughts are, or make it till the end of July, make it, maybe it's between now and the end of July.
Okay. I will second.
Motion by Mr. Cohen, second by Mr. Canty. Discussion? Ms. Iaquinto?
Yeah, I definitely agree that we need to take a look at how we can shore up our facilities maintenance and approach and our DPW staff in general. But I remain uncomfortable giving a charge to an internal group to look at the organization of another department. I'm just really stuck on that. So until I have more clarity on what that would look like, who these people would be, how they would interact, what their skill level would be, what their experience would be, I don't think I can support that, the task force.
I have to say, I agree with Ms. Iaquinto on this one, for a lot of the reasons you just mentioned, but I would actually like to have a professional study done that they can use, whoever's sitting in that office, whoever's sitting at this table, and, you know, it probably built out, I'm not gonna write it now, but I think that along with the workforce would be okay. But I would like to have a professional plan done, take the money from where Kevin recommended earlier. I mean, because that's just, we did a master plan, we did this and that, and then the whole second thing, and on this committee, I think you should have somebody from finance on there, because you can have all the plans and meetings you want, it's gonna come down to what we can afford. And I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, we're not even funding 2 craftsman positions we have right now because we got a hiring freeze. So, not to be the guy with the doom and the gloom all the time, but I just read the writing on the wall. I mean, I don't want to say it like this, but I don't want people wasting their time on something that we can't really, so we can have a working group that can make the recommendations, but I support it if it included some kind of study or a plan for the future of the town, regardless of all its inventory.
I hear you both. I would also prefer that it be more like the master plan committee and the comprehensive plan with that funding source. However, what Bill is asking for would be accomplished before we would be able to secure that
Yeah.
funding source. So what he's asking for is not going to, the only thing we'd be doing is spending the next 4 months working on it.
Right,
And
but
then-
I want, for me to vote for it, what I'm trying to say is, I would feel better at the end of the 4 months that they recommend a group or a company or whatever, that's a study that's gonna evaluate all that, evaluate how much money it's gonna cost, and then whoever the professionals are can make the proper decisions.
So
But
the-
I will not support it without a study.
So, did I interrupt you? Okay. That's, that can be one of the recommendations they come back to us with. I don't want to, contain them in a way that they can't come back to us and say what their findings are. And that's why I wanted to do it before August, so that if there was the idea of going to town meeting and freeing up that money for that examination, you would still have the time to do that. There's nothing we can do between now and July. We might as well take the time to be very cost efficient and just examine the situation and see what the task force comes back and what recommendations we make. But the charge of that recommendation could include the question that you have, or the requirement that you're looking for, Mr. Quinto. We could put that as part of the charge.
Yeah, that's all I'm asking.
Okay.
Have it be part of the requirement.
Okay.
So would you amend your motion to include, what are you looking for? Like master plan, the initial charge was to, put together like an RFP and look into.
By the end of the 4 months or whatever, yes.
And examine.
Because I think that'd be helpful for the director and
Right.
for everybody. Look at what kind of workforce it's gonna take,
Right.
I don't have all the.
Right.
So I'd amend my motion to include that, that component of their charge, referencing the RFP, what it might look like.
I will amend my second to include that as well.
Thank you. Motion by Mr. Cohen, second by Mr. Canty. Discussion? Ms. Iaquinto?
So I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. Their charge is going to include what? Looking at the organization of the function, plus coming up with an RFP to
So
conduct a study of the function?
two components. One, examining how we're currently taking care of our buildings. Two, what it might look like as an independent agency and what an RFP might look like to examine this further.
Okay, I don't think I can still support that. That's throwing like, that's like a committee made of, I don't know what. It's too many objectives for a 4-month process. It needs to be way more focused for me to get behind it. I like the idea of it. Again, I'm not opposed. I think we have to do something, but we can't just keep throwing, things into the pot for a group of internal people to study. Too many objectives in my opinion. We won't get anywhere.
Mr. Canty?
I think the 4 months are going to pass regardless, and we might as well try to accomplish it because the community hasn't made meaningful progress on, no dig at the current efforts that you're doing. I know that you're doing what you can with the resources that you have, but we keep discovering problems in our facilities. We've kept discovering them for years. We need a more comprehensive solution. And the only thing we would lose by doing this is 4 months, which will pass anyways.
I don't disagree to go through the exercise. I will be amazed if the exercise does not come back with, you need more staff. But if we need the task force to say that, then albeit, let's have a task force. Thank you.
Thank you. For those reasons, I think it is worthwhile to start the process and try and see where the road leads. But we won't see where the road leads if we don't start walking down it.
Okay, so what road are we walking down? Because, it was
A
good
bumpy
until you
road.
just do the last half a paragraph in there.
We have
What exactly is the motion? I want a motion. We have a working group.
Yep.
It works for 4 months. They come with a recommendation, and we are gonna do a RFP for a maintenance plan
For a consultant to put that together, yeah. Which cause like with master plan, the first part was, we already had funding from town meeting. And then the committee was formed, and then it was, who do we want to use as a consultant and their subcontractors? And then it was working with that consultant. So this would be, we don't have the funding yet from town meeting, putting together an RFP, and then that would be used as a pitch at town meeting for taking money out of the facilities maintenance capitalization stabilization fund or an analysis by the professionals, as well as a preliminary assessment within the working group about, is it worth having a separate entity? Or is it better to keep it in-house? Derek?
I just have a question because I'm going to get stuck implementing this. So I just want to be clear. What I'm hearing the board say is that this task force will have two objectives. One, it sounds like an organizational study of the current structure of facilities and maybe come back with options for the board to consider. And then the second objective would be to pull together an RFP to go out to bid so that we can do a maintenance study so that the facilities team, no matter what that comprises of in the future, has a roadmap of the existing conditions of the buildings and how to attack that.
Yes.
Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Okay.
Could I just ask Mr. Coyle one more question? Because that is a motion, but, Bill, do you feel that the study, will be helpful to your department in the future? I know you need people to implement to fix anything, but is it something like a guidebook you guys can use, or?
I don't think it's going to hurt. I guess my only concern is people, as long as we have enough staff involved that is familiar with what we do and what our day-to-day operations are, and I assume that would be the one DPW person. Because it's just like a group of people telling me how to treat the roads and to fight a snowstorm. You need to have the experience and understand what goes into the day-to-day operations. The bulk of what our 13 employees are custodians. We only have Carl and Gary, and then we have two craftsmen. So we have 4 people and then 9 custodians. So I just need to make sure they understand our operations. And I think we can, as a DPW representative, whoever that might be, that'll be their role to explain to them what we're up against. It's not that Carl and even Doug, now that he's participating, although with Water Street lately hasn't had too much involvement, they can go to the buildings and even work with the department heads and say, what do you see as your priority? What do you need done? But also then look at the windows, the flooring, the HVAC system. And we do have contractors on call that if there's a problem with the HVAC, they can look at it and give us a determination. We can do this. The part of the problem becomes having the staff then to manage those projects and put those projects out to bid. That's what needs to happen. Kyle knows a lot of these projects that have to happen. It's a matter of what's the next priority to go to. I need to get this done. I need to get this done. So it's not a matter of not knowing what needs to be done. A lot of it, we know what needs to be done. It's a matter of getting that stuff out there and getting a contractor, get a bid out there, get the funds, have the funds available. So having a task force, and hopefully we can guide them in terms of, we know what our needs are, so help us accomplish our needs, not tell us what our needs are. We know what our needs are. So maybe the task force will help us convince everybody what our needs are. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more discussion? Ms. Iaquinto?
No.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
No. I would like to see if we have a motion that everybody can agree on and address some of Ms. Iaquinto's concerns also. I mean, I want to compromise. I know we need to do something, but I think that we should also listen to our staff who we pay, sorry, Bill, we pay highly, seriously. Mr. Canty, then Ms. Iaquinto.
So what if we just, same makeup of people, and the task be putting together the RFP for the analysis portion? And then that RFP process can involve, as part of the consultant's task, examining whether in a separate town side, separate combined, keeping it under DPW, like the best organizational structure, as one of the things that the consultant will study. So,
Ms. Iaquinto?
Yeah, that was actually going to be my suggestion too. If we take the organizational assessment off the charter for the task force and we focus on building an RFP that's all encompassing and would, do what we all want to have happen, that is, come up with a better path, a more effective path forward for Bill and Carl and team, I could be on board with that.
Yes, I am for doing something.
So I will make that motion.
Let's hear it.
I will make a motion to put together a committee to work for the next 4 months, ending at the end of July, comprised of 2 people appointed by the town manager, or 2 people recommended by the town manager, 2 from the building committee, 1 from the DPW, 1 from the school staff on facilities, and 2 citizens at large, with the task being to put together an RFP to evaluate how the town manages facilities, and the best practices going forward, including the possibility of a reorganization of town side and or school side facilities.
Did you have the one procurement? Did you include one person from procurement?
I did get that in the list you gave me earlier.
So I had 9 people. It's 6, 7, 9 people. If you add one person from procurement.
Okay, one person from procurement as well.
They're very helpful in writing RFPs.
Okay.
So I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Discussion? Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Ms. Iaquinto?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
And myself, yes, unanimous. Discuss conditions and resource allocation for the 1820 courthouse.
So this is another thing that I put on the agenda. It's now 10, it's getting late in the evening. I don't want to belabor the point. I just think that the building is now reaching 9 years of age since we did the renovations. I commend the town staff looking at the cupola and knowing that we were going to have to address the painting and the scraping of that building. Obviously, when that RFP goes out, we want to be historically sensitive. There was a lot of work done in replicating components of the cupola. Obviously, there is the Lady Justice that needs to be examined, and the weather vane. And most importantly, the one thing I realized over time, working with different people, because before the renovations to the 1820 courthouse, we had a major issue with water coming in the building from the roof. And after careful examination and working with former county employees who maintained the building, I learned a very important lesson, and then learned it again when they went to put the new roof on the building, was that slate requires a certain level of attention. It will last for generations. It could last for upwards to 70 years if it is properly cared for. It requires each year to kind of examine what has happened to the slate. Has it moved? Are there broken pieces? Because once they stop moving and they're neglected, it's hard to, to maintain the costs associated with it. So there are things that are coming down the road associated with the 1820 courthouse, and we should be prepared to discuss that with staff. And that's what I'm hoping that we can do, along with back in 10 years ago when we were debating this at town meeting to renovate the building, we did create a revolving fund that was to generate revenue so that as 10 years came, we would have some monies to actually address some of these issues associated with the building. At this point, I believe the revolving fund is at a balance of zero. But it was designed that if you rented the building for a purpose, if you wanted to use the atrium or the courtroom or some component of the building, you would be charged a fee. I don't know what that schedule looked like over the last 9 years, if that ever happened, but I do know that part of this revolving fund was the discussion of the training green, the courthouse green. And I know that events happen on the courthouse green. We have summer events, art shows, different events that are transpiring. So there has to be a fee that's being collected, and that fee should be going into the revolving fund. So I do want to, because of the late hour, I'm glad this was on the agenda and I was able to bring people's attention to the 1820 courthouse and the preventative maintenance that we should be looking at, but also looking at that revolving fund and how it's working and how we can get it to work better. So it's just something I just wanted to make note of. We can always come back to this, but it was something I just wanted to get on the agenda so I could have that conversation with my fellow board members and see what the staff thought also of it.
Mr. Canty?
So what, if anything, did you want to see come out of tonight's discussion, Bill? Do you?
Well, I know Mr. Quintal has indicated his concern about the condition of the building.
Yep.
If you wanted to give, direction to Mr. Quintal and I, and we can look into this further to see, what the maintenance plan might be for that building. I'd be more than happy to work on that with Mr. Quintal, as he has indicated an interest in it. It's up to Mr. Quintal, but that might be some action item coming out of this discussion, is to, I'd be more than happy to look further into the matter, talk to staff and look at the different opportunities.
I mean, I think looking into it, it is like 9 years on. Would be good to know what's happening with the revolving fund and if any money is going anywhere when the green or the or the building is being rented and used for various purposes. So I think working on that would be helpful, and then you could report back. I certainly think it's one of the newer buildings in Plymouth, and we should maintain it at an appropriate level so it stays in good condition, rather than repeat the mistake of our other historic structures that we've let fall into repair.
Just to emphasize what Mr. Cohen had been discussing, is that we do have some smaller projects on the radar for that building. Those include painting the cupola, the slate roof repair. We have a contractor providing a proposal for the removal of the Lady Justice. Our plan is to stow it until we can repair it in accordance with the historic requirements. And another thing we're doing is looking at possibly sealing the brick as well, because that is recommended every 10 to 15 years or so. So that would be something that's due at this time, or at least in the near future.
So I'd be happy to join my fellow board members to work with staff to report back to the board what they have planned and what other things that we might consider. So I'd be more than happy to take that role on. If Mr. Quinto wants to join me, that would be great.
Sure. Yeah, I think that would be helpful.
You do?
I do.
Yes.
Okay. Excuse me. Establishment of a select host committee for the Herring Pond Wampanoag State Recognition Event and Committee appointments. I usually let the board members speak first, but I do have a recommendation, and it'll go by whatever the way the board goes. But there is no reason why this complete board cannot work together and welcome in and making an agreement or whatever it is we're coming to. And that goes for the Wampanoag tribe. That goes for Shishigahama. And I know not everybody's going to know everything that's going on all the time, but I can honestly say there was nothing that I know of that was other than the first meeting I had with Ms. Ferretti, and I want it to be, I think it's long overdue. I think we all just want to sit there, so why can't we sit down, 5 grown adults, up in the fishbowl, as they call it, and have a working group and whatever. If you have to advertise it, then advertise it, who cares? But we should be sitting around a table, and we should say, geez, I would like to do this, Deb would like to do that. Bill wants to do this, he knows somebody from whenever. And then Mr. Canty has his own way about things you like, we all do. There was some question on invitations. We should have a conversation, we should pick one. I mean, I just think that's all I'm gonna say. Let the conversation go whichever way, but I don't think we need to take a vote. I don't think we need to, let's act like adults. Let's act like the executive board of the town of Plymouth, and let's just welcome whoever we're welcoming. I think that's the way it was always done. And sometimes it's better that way. You used to go around and we had these like kumbayas, whatever you call them, right? No, this is a way for us to work together. And I know the outside, the townspeople want us to. And just, look at it from, if you were sitting out there and you'd see, these guys are actually going to have a committee this should be what we all know it's something we want to do. So let's act like it. Let's go do it. Then we'll come down, do a presentation, and it doesn't have to be me. I'm not the presentation guy. But what we agreed to and how it's going to be, and everybody can add something to that. Including the chairman, rather than everybody getting, Mr. Canty, I don't. Go ahead. And then Mr. Cohen and.
So I don't have a problem with that. I think that some people felt they were underinformed and underinvolved, and we don't need to dwell on that.
Exactly, and I felt that way in the past about other things, but.
Right.
So what I'm trying to say, or what I am saying is, let's just sit down like adults at a table and make our plan. It's not really rocket science, guys. If it was, I wouldn't be sitting here to do it. I'll be honest with you. I sell apples. But I think we can get a lot done. And, you know, I'm in that way there. You're gonna know exactly what I know. Deb's gonna know what we know, and Bill's gonna know what all we know.
Yeah, I also don't think that planning an event is within the jurisdiction of the select board, so I don't know why we would need to, we could just talk about it.
That's what I, well.
Yeah, I don't think it
That's what I'm
needs to be
saying. I don't
a,
think we have to create anything. I mean,
right, I don't think it needs to be a posted meeting. I don't think it's an open meeting law violation because it's not.
No, but I said if it was an actual meeting,
Correct.
this is, call it the right term, Mr. Lawyer. You know what I'm saying? We can sit down and talk and,
You have a
know.
conversation as you're
Exactly.
saying. Yeah,
Yes.
I don't think we need to, as long as that's the plan,
I mean,
I think that,
don't you think we're gonna come up with, I think we're gonna come up with something nicer.
Yeah.
And better and more meaningful. And it's gonna be a united front, and that's what it should be for something like this. I mean,
Right,
this is fantastic, I think,
yes.
so.
Just, I agree. I think that's the best approach. You know, whether we, you know, if we have to post it as a meeting, but we should get together and work as a group on this event. This is a historic event. It's going to be a fun event and substantive event. And I want to work with my fellow board members on it. So I agree with you, Mr. Quintal. I think that's the direction we should go in. Time is of the essence. It's scheduled for the 30th. So we got to work on our invitation and who's being invited and what room it might take place in. So as soon as we can get in a room and talk about those, that would be great.
Ms. Iaquinto?
So I'm loving this. I think this is great. When can we do it? Because as Bill said,
Right,
we need
it
to,
is.
we don't even have a save the date out yet, so we have to.
No,
we have
because
to
I don't
get
even know
cracking.
when it would be, but I mean, I'm open to just have Jade give us a couple times so we can, and just answer, and we'll meet. It's in the day or early afternoon or early evening, make it happen.
Can you circulate, can we circulate some dates?
Oh, can I?
Yep.
We gave dates about the EOC visit and DPW. Do we, because we could just stick around and talk about this afterwards in theory, depending on when that's going to play out.
I've only gotten dates from you
Oh,
so far. You'll have mine tomorrow morning.
I was trying not to laugh.
all right. Well,
I mean, I'm not. But you're laughing, so I might as well laugh.
fair enough. Well, that was an idea too, but yeah.
Well, why don't we continue with that idea where you suggest some dates and maybe see if we can,
Could have a twofer.
yeah, cover these, yes.
All right, now.
So I leave it with Kevin and Jade to recommend some dates back to the staff when we can get together.
Okay.
But can I just be clear about this? Well, we're all laughing. I mean, I don't know what the purpose, why we're going to the DPW bond, but I mean, maybe you can explain that. But when I said the EOC and why I keep saying the EOC is not to have a tour. That isn't what I want you to, anybody can go at any time and see that. What I want you to go to is to an active training center.
Yeah.
So
Right.
any event that you're here for, you'll know what's happening. You'll know who's there.
Right.
You'll know when you talk to the press.
Yes.
I mean, it's all, book.
Yep.
And I think if that's what you're going to do, an updated one, I'll definitely go. And
Yeah.
I don't mean that because if it's for a tour of the building, I built it.
No, not a
You
tour.
know what? I never say this. I did that. That was the EOC Center. I did that with Entergy. We got that tax-free from Entergy for the citizens of the residents of this town for events. And you saw what a godsend that was last time out,
Yeah, the
Derek was a little tired, but you did a good job.
So the DPW, the visit to DPW is like to see the equipment. Because obviously when we're talking about what our equipment needs, that's been a point of
Yeah,
conversation.
no, that's all right.
And
but-
then I agree with you, like, I've seen the EOC. I don't need to see it. But having
We should ask him Chris to actually have a
Yeah,
actual training center where everybody's there.
right.
And you can do mock things, you know.
Yeah, then I had put out the
You
3-inch,
pick up
6-inch,
fast, you'll learn
24.
quick.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that was what I was looking for, was like the 3-inch, the
What,
6-inch, the 24-inch
Saying you
storms.
learn fast, that's what you were looking for?
No, I was looking for the,
The
I'll
compliment?
take the compliment, but I was looking for the, what we would do with specific storms. So,
I'm only kidding.
I understand.
All right.
But no, I think seeing what would happen in those events was that request.
Okay, we're gonna put this away. All right. So we'll get some dates floating around, and maybe Derek, when they can do a training session. I mean, I don't expect it next week, but I think
Yeah,
it's very
I've talked to the fire
important.
chief about it already, and he's just waiting for some dates.
Okay. And we're gonna have a little meeting with the, what we're doing with that, moving right along. Town managers report, the short version, please.
Happy to do a short version.
Only kidding.
No, that's fine. So just to remind folks, I know we talked about downtown resiliency today, phase 2, but the staff, through our grant writer, has submitted the MVP application, which is the Municipal Vulnerability Preparedness Program, for $3 million to fund a portion of the phase 1 downtown project. We had submitted last year. Unfortunately, we were unsuccessful, but we have high confidence that we'll be successful this year. So it's about a $5 million project. So if we get this award, we've already submitted a congressional earmark as well to make up the balance. If not, we'd then go to town meeting in the fall to make up that balance. So we'll keep the board posted on that. Just as a reminder, there'll be a number of events next week led by our Health and Human Services Department that will focus on next week is National Public Health Week. So you'll see a number of events throughout the community highlighting public health. And I also want folks who are aware this late hour that the Arise RFP will go out tomorrow. We're going to keep that open for 30 days, so it'll close on May 1st. And this year we are awarding up to $75,000 with the Arise money. So the Arise program, as you all know, is the opioid funds that were given to the town. We get approximately $350,000 a year to put towards programs to mitigate fatal and non-fatal overdoses. So it's been extremely successful. This is the third year of the RFP process. Just as a reminder, we will be clearing parts of the new Freedom Memorial Cemetery starting tomorrow. We'll be working with Ms. Anderton on a groundbreaking ceremony, probably either late April or early May when the weather breaks. As an update, the swap shop will begin, it'll reopen on May 9th at the Cedarville Transfer Station at 33 Hedges Pond Road from 9 a.m. to noontime. And then the Fix-It Clinic will begin this Saturday. This will be held at the Public Library on South Street from 11 to 4 p.m. Again, this coming Saturday. For folks that are interested in the Fix-It Clinic, you must pre-register. So go to the town website and you can register there. I know that there was a lot of calls about the tree and brush drop-off this past weekend. So we had an overwhelming response, which required the DPW director, who's still with us today, to call in detail police officers to help manage the traffic over on Long Pond Road and down Camelot. And so the good and bad, the good is that we had an overwhelming response. The bad is that we had a lot of traffic problems on Saturday. We were able to resolve those. We sent out a message on Saturday afternoon. We think most people heard that message, and so we were able to resolve those problems on Sunday. We will plan on another drop-off sometime at the end of April, so more to come on that one. And then I know that we did receive some calls over the weekend. The fire chief has the authority to allow or prohibit open burning, and he did not believe that the weather conditions this past weekend were appropriate for open burning. He needs to look at items, he needs to look at the DEP air quality stats, and then needs to look at the weather conditions before he makes that determination. So the fire chief will continue to look at that and to allow open burning when and if possible. And then I just I'll end, I guess, by saying that Lauren Lynn last week had presented the final version of the comprehensive plan in advance of the planning board's meeting last Wednesday. And so she's happy to report that finally, after, well, I've been here over 4 years now, and I think it started before I got here. So plus 4 years, the comprehensive plan is finally complete. So we'll be moving towards implementation of the comprehensive plan. So again, a lot of credit to those folks that participated on the planning committee and staff and consultant work all around. And so, and again, kudos to the community for participating. We had an overwhelming response from the community during that process. So pending any questions, that's all I have for tonight.
Mr. Cohen?
Yep, just, I'm glad that the tree, you're looking at another date.
Yes.
When I initially heard that, and I had worked with Chemical Waste Day, I know what that's like. I volunteered for that, so so I know you can get quite a bit of attention, and I'm glad that you're looking at another drop-off date. The Water Street, maybe next week, just kind of give us some insight into how we're moving along on Water Street. They're finishing up their work and the schedule around that, how that's looking. So that was something that I was hoping to hear from in the near future. Also, I've had an opportunity over the last number of months to attend the Airport Commission and Airport Advisory Group. I know that they're going through some discussions and at some point, some sort of update on where we might be with them. I think that's something that I'm looking forward to hearing. So that was the two things that I was looking at.
Any other questions for Derek? No, I just want to say, well, yeah, here, Bill, that was very successful. I did something I never do, and I usually don't share my personal stories, but I left last Saturday at 3:00. Somebody said, "Come on down to John Alden Club. We're having the meat raffle, Dick." I said, you know what? So I grabbed some pizzas for everybody, and I went down there. Well, I'll tell you what. I had a Bud Light, Meg. I support Meg, And the first guy's like, rah, 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 right? It was all out of control. Then the second guy comes to me and says, "That was the nicest thing." I said, "Well, he just got done telling me, it wasn't." He's like, "Well, he doesn't know, and they can go out by Napa." I said, "You guys can volunteer. We always take volunteers, But, I guess it was 10 cars deep from what I was told, and it was very, very busy. So, but I'm glad that the residents got to use it. But, yeah, that was, no, next dump out day, I don't go down there. I don't go anyway, but I said, I'll go, Oh, yeah. That's all I'm going to say, yeah. Anything under new business, gentlemen? And Ms. Quinto, anything? No?
Just one little remark, just one remark on the new business. We had some people here tonight under public comment on Shallow Pond. I guess that's something that we should move into position to hear from people on Shallow Pond. I'd like to, make a request that we think about that in the future for the agenda.
I don't want to, I haven't, it's been a while, but I'd like to relook at all that information again and just make sure that we're not setting a precedent for something that, just because I've been around a little bit. And, somebody, it'll be another, and I'm not saying they're wrong by no means, but I think we need to do our homework and then put it on there if there's so needed. Yep.
Yeah, good. As long as we get it in the pipeline to be on the agenda, Shallow Pond, that's great.
Letters? No letters. Old business? Okay, I got one thing. And last week, things got a little contentious in here and for whatever reason. But moving forward, like I made a recommendation last week, and I meant it sincerely because I knew I would be chairing the meeting, and I knew David was going to be away, to start a little earlier. And I know people say, well, people ain't home. Well, we used to start the meetings before COVID at 7 p.m. Then we went to 6 p.m., 5 PM, during COVID and, Zoom in and all that. But I think, being as of the hour, it's, almost 11 o'clock. And it's okay once in a while, but you got to ask yourself, we got the DPW director here and our custodian for our buildings here and the town manager and Miss Anderton is here. So I just think we should keep that in mind. And, if the agendas are going to have a few more things on them, why don't we discuss starting a little earlier? Staff's here, and anybody that's not home from work can always watch it on repeat. And, not everything is going to be early, but I just think it makes more sense to start a little, at least for staff's sense. And Bill's shaking his head, and I don't blame him. He's got to ride home. And, and what also, it wasn't so much just last week, the conversation or the going back. It was months ago when we went on the road. I had made a recommendation that we do it on a different day and keep this for our business. Had we done that, we wouldn't have had that conversation last week because we would have had 4 meetings. And if you take 4 meetings and put 4 things on them, that's 16. And I think there was one night, and I get it, but 12 things for somebody, 12 items on the agenda. I don't put anything on there because I'm scared to put it on there. Seriously, it's 11:15. So I think coming up at the next meeting, I'll bring it up that we should prioritize some of these agenda items. We grade them, if you will, and turn it into Jade. Like, I think everybody's agrees budget stuff should be one of the top, at least I do. And I know I wasn't at the last budget meeting, but I know Mr. Canty was there. But, and you know what I'm saying? Don't you think so? That way you're not saying, but then when you get into the policy, and I don't know the policy by heart. I know you and David do, but, it's within 60 days and it's, so sometimes it's better not to dig in on the policy. Or if you are, then let's just start a little earlier and go home earlier. And staff gets to, nobody's complaining, staff, but I do know that, and I'm going to be honest with you, that I've been hearing there's a swell in the building, if you will, with department heads and they didn't call me up and say, Dickie, but in talking with certain people, I'm getting the impression that, it's starting to wear on people. So I'm just putting it out there. And I'm only trying to make it better, and that's why I'm bringing it up. So if anyone has anything to say, I'm all in. Kevin and Bill?
So this meeting has been going pretty well, so I don't want to put a negative slant on anything. I do think that there is a benefit in meeting when people can observe us, because not everyone works a traditional schedule, but many people do. And there are times when we need to meet earlier to accomplish a certain task, or we've had a meeting for a license renewal, that's, we're not going to get a lot of people tuning into that, so we can just do it whenever, right? But I do think there's a benefit in having the meetings start on TV at 6 so that people can watch us. However, if I were to say what I think is taking up a lot of our time, I do think we should look at how we're appointing people to boards and committees like constantly, and it's taking a lot of our time. And I think examining how we do that and prioritizing that, and then we wouldn't be here this late if we didn't spend the first hour and a half appointing people to boards and committees tonight. And it's been a recurring thing. And boards and committees are important. We have a lot of them, but I think we could revisit how we do that, and that would free us up. The select board should not be primarily like the appointment committee. We could spend our time on some other stuff. I do agree that things like the budget are important, but so is talking about our facilities. So is talking about the 1820 courthouse, or the land auction item. And not all of us agree on everything. Some of us don't agree on many things. but we all have priorities and we should all have our day in court. And I think that's what anyone is looking for. So I agree we could restructure how we are spending our time, but without silencing anyone or sidelining anyone, and just really like prioritizing and restructuring the committee appointment process would go a long way, I think.
I mean, even, just in the spirit of compromise, doing that in the earlier part. That way there, we can do that, and then that will help our staff,
Well, I think we could do it like once a month.
Okay.
And then the other meetings, we can bring the staff in. We can do stuff that we're interested in and board and committee appointments once a month. And then all the other 3 or 4, depending on the month, we can do other stuff that involves, dragging Bill in here and making him stay. So,
yeah, good, Bill?
I actually had it here, but it was getting late and I didn't want to go into it under new business. But I agree with Mr. Quintal that, and Mr. Canty, that we need to focus our attention on our meeting schedule and our agenda and how we're meeting. I don't have a problem adding one night additionally per month to get the appointments done one night. We add a meeting because I don't want to take away from the Tuesday night. They should all be focused on work. And then maybe we add, a meeting somewhere in the month to do these appointments that have to be done so that we have full complements of committees working hard across the town of Plymouth. So I think what you might be looking at is doing something like that, adding a meeting during the course of the month solely dedicated to filling these appointments so that we don't monopolize staff's time. These people are coming to work at 7 o'clock and 8 o'clock in the morning, and it's now 10 o'clock at night, 11 o'clock at night. Everybody's been up since the morning. I'm not saying that my fellow board members sleep in.
Not this one.
But I am saying that we should think about that as a way of focusing our attention on working nights and make sure that the staff goes first. Maybe if we have, I remember that was a tradition they used to do years ago where if you had staff, you put them on first and got them out the door. So something to consider. I like the idea, the train of thought that Kevin and Dickie have in terms of revisiting how we use our time.
Ms. Iaquinto?
Yeah, I really like that idea of setting as one night aside a month for the appointments, because that if we have consistency to when we're doing that, that might make it easier for people to plan to be here. Because we have so many great applicants who might not be
No, we had 'em
available on the
tonight.
night that we decide we want to talk to them. So if they knew that it was like the third Thursday of every month, then that might make it easier for people. So that's a great idea.
Okay. All right. That's all I got. Anybody else? No? Motion?
Make a motion to adjourn, having concluded our business.
Thank you.
I'll
Thank you for watching.
Someone second. Get your second. You got to get your second. All right. Good night.